run from it anytime it comes. Please run. Do not sacrifice your lives. That kind of idea. They're licking its fingers going, green's the good shit. That's hilarious because that's exactly what I'm doing. It's random, you red lunatic. I got charts, I got data, 15% Rufus. That ain't taste, that's a fucking death sentence. The other gummies shifted uneasily. The reds clustered tighter around Rufus, their ruby bodies glowing with righteous indignation. The greens flanked Gideon, muttering darkly about probabilities and survival rates. The container vibrated with tension, a theological cage match with no referee. Rufus wanted the hand's favor, craved it, preached it, lived for it. Gideon wanted it gone, or at least exposed for the indifferent reaper it was. Neither would budge. Their roots ran too deep, carved in the sugary marrow of their beings. The sky split open with the wail of Terminus testing the faith of the Reds. It came down, bearing upon the assorted masses. Praise be to the fingers, let the Reds bow to the master of fate and pray for salvation. Leader of the Reds preached as he stared skyward, his eyes wide in expectation as the fingers wrapped around one of his brethren. Blessed be the red gummy bear, shouted the preacher as he raised his hands to the torn sky. I saw it, where the fuck is it? You see that fucking clutch shit? Holy shit, that was insane! But remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Anyways, today we are going to be doing setting atmosphere, because I'm apparently fucking terrible at it. Setting the tone for a character with, like, internal emotional escalation, essentially, to the point where within like 3 paragraphs I can go from a blank slate to a fully tension built scene. Damn, I'm so bad. And anything on this side is already basically vetted, and this is like people can come out of the tree and they don't have to engage on the other side of, like, adventure, like a line basically between the Adventurers Guild and the tree. So it's kind of like a border passing between the tree and Ifrit. And the spectacle of coming into Ifrit as, like, from the Viceroy, because the idea I'm thinking of, because it's first person, it's Husai's reaction to what he's seeing, right? So, if he's watching the Viceroy, for instance, then Viceroy is the main character we're focusing on. So then maybe I could do things like, as long as you know that Husai's attention is on this one character, it's one of those things where it's like, it's an appreciation. Like, I love the brown accent, just like I love the Asian accent, but I can't do an Asian accent. But I can do the brown accent, at least. People have told me that I think I can do the brown accent, and if you think you can, and you do it, and it is, don't holy brother. No. Remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. And Apmeken. And then
yeah,
boss.
we can do that order.
Okay. Because that's just, like, what I have marked on the ground for, like, 1, 2, 3, 4. Because that's what I used to do the order in. Ah, shit. I'm an idiot.
What did you forget?
The armadillo.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do that one.
Oh, why am I... Okay, we got it. Come here. Run to where I am. Oh.
Ooh. I'm dead.
Okay, I can still clutch this easy.
So bad.
People that are really advanced at the game expect feeling special, and it's a really autopilot type of action.
Yeah. Woo! Thanks, carry is real.
Just not going well.
Just leave.
Yeah.
Yo, 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 boys, how's it going? We back at her. Whew. It was a day today. We spent, we spent like 8 hours editing and, uploading like the last week's worth of shit, so we didn't really get to do anything else. Waiting for rendering is so annoying. And I went and deleted the fucking VOD before I made the highlight reel, so I had to go back and use chunks of the other videos to make the highlight reel. That was fucking annoying. Not gonna do that again. I keep telling myself, always start with the reel, then you don't have to worry about doing it later. And I'm like, I just don't want to deal with it. And then that winds up happening, and I'm like, fuck! I'm retarded. I need to start prioritizing what needs to be done versus what I want to do, right? But tis what it is. So I think one of the next steps on the journey of evolution of specifically the YouTube channel. Welcome, Sean. How's it going, bro? Specifically the YouTube channel. I'm gonna try and do like
Thank you for redeeming chair dance. Itox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience.
Smokey, welcome, bro. How's it going? What a way to start the day, bro. I love it. Keeping me on my toes.
Keep dancing, bitch. It ain't over yet. You did good, you can rest now, babe.
Egg salad. What a way to wake up. Right? The good old dance. But yeah, so I figured it's 2 a.m., right? It's 12 a.m. for me. Random question of my day. How many metric tons of gases would need to be removed from Venus to make unmanned landings possible? And if it were accomplished, would the heat dissipate to a point where the landers would be able to function? I mean, why not, Sean? Let's do it. Let's see what she's got. See how cooked we are. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot. Venus's atmosphere is extremely dense with a mass of approximately 480 billion metric tons and a surface pressure of about 93 times Earth's atmospheric pressure. Primary component is carbon dioxide with nitrogen and trace amounts of other gases like sulfur dioxide. The extreme surface conditions, temperatures around 460 degrees Celsius, and crushing temperature make manning landings challenging, as demonstrated by Soviet Varana probes, which survived only briefly up to 127 minutes. To make unmanned landings feasible, the goal would be to reduce the atmospheric pressure and temperature to levels where robust landers could operate for extended periods. There's no precise consensus on the exact pressure threshold, but reducing the atmosphere to a pressure closer to Earth's or slightly higher could allow specifically designed landers to function without being crushed or overheated. Let's estimate. Target pressure reduction. Reducing Venus's surface pressure from 93 bar to say 1 to 10 bar would require removing a significant fraction of the atmosphere. If we aim for 1 bar, that's roughly 1/93rd of the current atmosphere mass. So that's somewhere around 420-ish, 430-ish billion tons of gas. Mass calculation. Current atmospheric mass, 1 bar, 10 bars. So what's the mass? 5.6 billion metric tons. So yeah, it'd be like 400 for the 10 bar, it'd be about 430. And for this, it'd be about 475. Methods of removal. Removing such a vast quantity of gas currently beyond our technological capabilities. Okay, let me just go past this. To enable unmanned landings with extended functionality, removing approximately 430 to 475 billion metric tons of gas, mostly CO2. To reduce Venus's atmospheric pressure to 110 bar is necessary. This could lower surface temperature to 200 300, allowing landers with high temperature electronics and cooling systems to operate for hours or days. However, the scale of atmospheric removal is currently infeasible, requiring futuristic technologies. For now, upper atmosphere mission or heat-resistant landers offer more practical solutions. Yeah, that's pretty much sounds about right. We need you know what we need, guys? You know what we need?
President Scroob! Salute! Hail Scroob!
Ship is too big. If I walk, the movie will be over.
Sir,
Yes. Oh! Never have that damn thing down in front of me. How do I know you're not making faces at me under that thing?
So make sure she
President
doesn't
Scrooge.
switch from suck to
Yes,
blow.
there it is. Planet Druidia.
Ah, Planet Druidia. And 10,000 years of fresh air.
Boy, he runs things that won't last 100.
What?
Preparing ship for metamorphosis, sir.
Good. Get on with it.
Ready, Kafka?
Look, it's Spaceball 1. They've reached the air shield.
And it's opening!
The ship's too big, they'll never get through.
How are they gonna get the air out? I don't see any hoses or anything.
What's happening? Ship. Changing.
You wouldn't be able to get away with this shit. Like, people would call this, like, sexist or some fucked up shit nowadays, right? You can't do that!
Gosh, it's not just a spaceship. It's a transformer.
Do you watch the new Rick and Morty episodes? No, I did not, Smokey. I have not yet.
Into
A gigantic
made.
With a vacuum cleaner.
So that's how they're gonna get the air out.
So fucking great. So yeah, we need something along those lines. And it'd be more like, yeah, you'd need like a high industrial level, like, grease trap destroying fucking hose vacuum. CO2 would, but one of the questions is, if Earth continues down the same route, for climate, will it look like Venus eventually? That's a good one. I like that one. Question of whether Earth could eventually resemble Venus due to climate change is a fascinating one, often raised in discussions about extreme greenhouse scenarios. Let's break down by comparing the two planets, assessing Earth's climate trajectory, and evaluating the likelihood of a Venus-like outcome. Venus versus Earth, key differences. Venus's extreme environment, surface temperature, crushing atmospheric pressure, dense atmosphere results from a runaway greenhouse effect. Earth, by contrast, has a mild climate, and an atmosphere with only key differences included. Proximity to the sun. Venus is closer, receiving 1.9 times, but like receiving almost twice as much solar radiation shouldn't cause it to be 93 times worse than Earth, right? Atmospheric composition. Venus's thick CO2 atmosphere traps heat extremely efficiently, while Earth's atmosphere, nitrogen and oxygen trace CO2, balances heat retention and loss. Water presence. Earth has abundant liquid water, which moderates climate and supports CO2 absorption. Oceans and plants. Venus likely lost its water due to photodissociation and hydrogen escape, leaving no liquid to regulate CO2. It's all the carbon preventing the heat from escaping. Yeah. The life on Venus farted itself to death, much like the dinosaurs did. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Geological activity. Venus lacks plate tectonics and a carbon cycle like Earth's, which sequesters CO2 in rocks over geological timescales. Remains in the atmosphere, amplifying the greenhouse effect. Current climate trajectory. Human-driven climate change, primarily from burning fossil fuels, deforestation, and industrial activities, is increasing atmospheric CO2 levels. As of 2025, are 420. Oh, I like that number. Up from 280 pre-industrially, causing global warming of 1.1 to 1.13 Celsius above pre-industrial levels. Projections based on current trends. Moderate emissions. Okay. Hello, book buyer. How is it going? How are you today? Excited for some story writing today? This warming could trigger feedback loops such as permanent permafrost thaw. You're not writing today? Have you written anything new on your book in the last, like, week or so? I'm really interested to see the progress. Ice, albedo feedback. Melting ice reduces reflectivity. Kind of? Okay. Well, I mean, that's something, right? Ocean CO2 saturation could become like Venus. A Venus-like outcome implies a runaway greenhouse effect, where temperatures soar uncontrollably, oceans evaporate, and the atmosphere becomes dominated by CO2. Here's why this is unlikely, but with caveats. I have 14-ish chapters. I don't think it will get as bad as Venus, because we'll die out as a race first, and the equipment will stop producing toxins, and everything will start to settle. Well, that's what I'm wondering, Sean, is can we push the planet to a point where it can't fix itself? Even after we're gone. Like, how far would we have to push the planet in order for it to literally never recover? Even in worst case scenarios, Earth's transformation into a Venus-like state would probably take... Yeah, I'm talking millions of years. Driven by increasing solar luminosity. Like, it's like... It's a compounding interest over, like, hundreds of thousands, if not a couple of million years, right? Likely outcomes of climate change trends. If Earth continues on a high emission path, global temperatures rise 5 to 15, sea level rise 10 to 7 meters, 1,000 to 2,000, so 4 times the amount it is already. So we basically all be living in China. Venus-like conditions, extreme hypotheticals. To approach Venus-like conditions, Earth would need massive, liberating all carbon in Earth's crust. So we'd basically need to, like, explode Earth in order for it to do that. That's pretty interesting. Significantly increase in solar radiation, water loss, mitigating effects. Earth is highly unlikely to become like Venus due to current climate change, even on high emissions path. Venus's extreme state resulted from unique conditions, proximity to the sun, loss of water, lack of carbon cycle. Earth does not share. However, unchecked climate change could lead to a hothouse Earth with a temperature of 10 to 15 degrees above industrial levels, 2200, causing catastrophic environmental and social impacts. What are we reading? We were originally starting with a question of what would it take to basically make Venus viable, and then what would it take to turn Earth into Venus. So just theoretical questions about the progression of human technology, and that's a better question. With our current technology and its likely advancement, can we push technology to the point where even after we die as a result, the planet will continue to become more volatile until it matches Venus? Perfect way to phrase that, Sean. Venus is the closest planet in the solar system to Earth, book. Minus one caveat, and that's the runaway greenhouse effect. If Venus didn't have the runaway greenhouse effect that it did, it would be a better candidate than Mars for the next planet for us to colonize. So we're just taking that idea and expanding on it to be like, well, what would it take in order to basically terraform Venus? And then we were watching the clip from Spaceballs where they suck all the air out of the planet with a vacuum. Question was how much gas would need to be removed to make landing in unmanned vehicles possible, and if removed, would landers be able to function due to heat dissipation? Yes, that's true, Sean, and then that carried us into the next thing. Question of whether current and near future technology could push Earth's climate to a point where it becomes increasingly volatile and eventually resembles Venus, even after human extension, is a complex mix of climate science, technological capability, and speculative feedback loops. Let's assess this systematically, focusing on current technology, its plausible advancements over the next few decades, and the conditions required to drive Earth toward a Venus-like state. Venus's conditions recap. Okay, we already know about that. Current technology and climate impact. Fossil fuel combustion, deforestation, industrial process. These activities have raised CO2 from 280 to 420. I'm glad it at least calls the feedback loop speculative. Wait. Okay, let's analyze that, Levi. You mean it's speculative for Earth, but it's not speculative for Venus, right? Hey, wanted to pop in and say hello before I head to sleep. Hey, Double Blind! How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Thanks for popping in. I noticed that you converted Sean over to your side. I'm so happy. Because apparently he has been, he's been reading Everybody's a Cat, or Everyone's a Cat Girl. Going good? Are you doing good? Yes, we are doing an analysis of the planets, essentially. Well, I didn't know Sean was from you. Thanks you. And no worries. I don't know where he originally came from, but he's mine now.
When did you start smoking? 1980.
But yeah, it's always good to find the author. What speculative means in this case is that we are dealing with theoretical information rather than hard facts. Yeah, exactly, Sean. This is all completely speculative. But essentially, yeah. What would it take for Earth to become like Venus, and what would it take for Venus to come like Earth? That's like the primary basis of the conversation currently. And actually, I wanna go over something real quick since you guys are here. I don't know if anyone knows this. I found this out today, and I was actually quite shocked about this. So there's this thing called shared discount promotions. In these promotions, the cost of the discount is split evenly between you and Twitch, not subsidized by Twitch. So this enrolls your channel in promotions where viewers are offered discounts which you share with Twitch. And this is automatically turned on. Now, I was wondering why I was only getting like $2 for a subscription when I should be getting like $2.60 or something like that. And it's because this was turned on and I was subsidizing subscriptions. So I want to ask you guys, for anyone who's subbed, has there been any discount on the sub, or is it the standard sub price? Because I'm wondering if Twitch has been fucking me in the ass, and not in a good way. It's not that I really care, it's more of the principle of the matter. Because this is automatically turned on by default, and I would have never ever known about anything about this. And I want to make sure that they're actually... I only get gift subs, so I can't answer that. Standard. So my price has always been the standard US $5.99, $7.99 Canadian. So I'm wondering if someone subscribes now and I get more money, is if Twitch is like stolen like $3 from me. Those fuckers, which means they've probably stolen like... Now if they've stolen $3 from 1 million streamers, they made $3 million. That's a lot of money. So I think this is like a fucking like what's it called? Dark pattern. But it's like, it's not even a dark pattern. It's like worse than that because it's literally hidden and activated automatically with no reason why you would ever come in here and look at something and then be like, oh, shared discount promotion. So you want me to pay for discounts? Why not just offer discounts that I can go through and say, oh, if I want, I can discount subs. Like, dude, could you imagine if you could go through and set your sub price for like 3 cents? And then people could just sub to you for 3 cents? And then you have it acclimated to like equal out the amount of money per ad that Twitch is making so that you're purposefully not losing Twitch money? Twitch subs are only discounted during certain periods of the year, I think. Like maybe September, that sort of thing. Yeah, I think that's for grouping purchasing subs, but I can't speak 100% sure on it. Yeah, exactly, that's another thing. It's so ambiguous that I just don't know. So I'm like, fuck it, I'm just gonna turn it off because who knows. I'll forget about it in 15 years from now and realize that I lost $18. And I'll be like super pissed. But yeah, I just thought that was a little interesting caveat that I saw today, because Asmund was talking about it because someone posted it. And I was like, that's the same thing with like making affiliates have to have ads in order to stop pre-roll. It's like, if you want like, I don't want ads on my channel. I don't give a shit about the 6 cents I make. I would rather not have ads, but I have to have a set amount of ads so that there's no pre-rolls. Which I think is kind of a joke. Habitually seems to be a stable equilibrium, so we need to cause enough to change to where the nearest equilibrium point is something other than habitability. We have good reason to believe such a change is far beyond what we would be able to do, even on purpose. Yeah, if we nuked the entire planet, Levi, that's not gonna go deep enough to release enough carbon dioxide. Like, we need like the entire crust to literally fall apart and like liquefy, and all of the gases escape. And I think that would basically be the only way. Either that, or we just literally light the entire, like, every piece of, like we just decide, hey, you know that island of garbage in the middle of the Pacific? Let's just light it on fire. Fuck it. We don't care anymore. It's like Burning Month in China when they burn all of their trash. And the visibility goes from 10% to 2%. Why not at least a troll? I don't know. There's some random races in here that are my races. There are some random races in here that are Final Fantasy races, and some races in here that are just classic, you know, goblin, troll, orc, that kind of thing, right? Don't worry, I'm the biggest troll of them all. I'm a Moogle. If you guys know, Moogles are the original trolls. That's literally what their purpose in existence is to be little trolls, like little pixie fairies that fuck with you. A breakout success of a fantasy story. Damn, I better... Oh shit, double blind, no! You... You tried! You used up all of... You used up all of your talent today. I hope it went to good use. Abject failure of a historical story. A troll with a 5% writing talent. I actually love it. All my 3K today went to nothing. Oh, it's okay. The other day, I just up and deleted 400. I was just like, get out of here. I don't need you anymore. I'm restructuring the entire story. And we went pretty crazy with that. Oh, there you go, Sean. Let's see what I got. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for this number? Oh, Sean's an octopi. Fuck! Fuck! That's 20 million shards, guys. I just lost 20 million shards for 4 emotes. That's pretty sad. Okay, let's just go down to the conclusion and see what it says. With current and projected technology, 2025 to 2125, humanity could push Earth into a hothouse state before extinction. Temperatures 10 to 20 degrees. Okay, we've already basically figured that out. Automated systems could sustain emissions briefly. Oh, I guess that's true. If we had automated systems, even after we were gone, we would still have something. I'm gonna head off for the night. So glad I got to check out your stream. Make sure to raid you whenever we can. Have a great stream. Yeah, true, Double Blind. Have a good day. Thanks for hanging out. It was a good time. Hopefully next time you can catch me writing and not just fucking around at the beginning of the stream. Take care. Have a great night. Yay, there she is. I'm a cat girl. Now I can be in your books. True, Sean. You gotta write your way in like I'm trying to do into Hellish Mists. We're gonna hotbox the Earth? Hell yeah, Levi. Okay, that requires a toke. We're definitely hotboxing the Earth. Okay, we have to cover the Earth in 99% weed. Make sure the trees are at least 6 feet high. And then we set the entire planet on fire. We're gonna be high as fuck. Rip Van Stinkle. Okay. However, reaching Venus-like conditions is virtually impossible due to the limited carbon reserves. Distance from the sun, water retention, and geological carbon sinks. Venus-like Earth would require deliberate, massive-scale carbon release from the crust over centuries, far beyond plausible technological scenarios. It would still fall short. So yeah, we literally, no matter how much we tried, we would not be able to turn Earth into Venus. That's too funny. Because, like, one of the things is people think that, like I said, one of the conspiracy theories is that if there was life on Earth, and that's where the CO2 effect from Venus came from. Looks like TTS isn't on yet. Oh yeah, wife is going to the dentist tomorrow. Oh, you're right, Sean. I'm a fucking retard. There we go. Okay, TTS is on, guys.
Fuck this streamer, I wasted $5 on TTS and he skipped it. I am out, peace, fuck you.
Eddie in the mix, how's it going, bro? Alright, well, that was a great question, Sean, and I really like that because I love that idea. I love the idea of, like, Venus and Earth being twins. I didn't know if TTS would even read Rip Van Stinkle.
Rip Van Stinkle.
True. Now the question that we wanted to add, because it was posed today, so let's just go look at the clip because it's fucking hilarious. So let's see if I can find it. It was like very close to the beginning.
With and the other thinking of.
Is this it? No. I swear I passed it already. Yeah, I swear it was before that.
Cascadence is the name of a farming isekai story, and the auto reader says Kashka dance instead.
Where the fuck is it? swear I was like near the beginning of the stream. I might be retarded. God damn, man. Maybe it was after this?
Kefka, dancing mad.
I have no idea. Anyways, I can't fucking find the clip. But anyways, yeah. There are some things that, like, you know, it's understandable that it gets wrong like that. Okay, but the question was, if you can't do performance enhancing drugs in a bodybuilding contest, then why can you wear makeup in a beauty contest? And then it was like, well, maybe that's not quite the right question. Maybe the right question is wearing makeup is a skill. Yeah, but you know, but we all know the actual reason is because performance enhancing drugs are bad for your body. Like, if performance, like, and that's the thing, like, performance enhancing drugs that aren't bad for your body are legal that you can use. The only reason why you can't use those kinds of drugs are because they're extremely bad for your body and it promotes a very, very bad standard, right? Oh, I love that. No makeup, no duct tape, no nail polish, and everyone has to wear the exact same outfit, so it's natural beauty that wins the contest and nothing else. See, Sean, I think that would be interesting to have as just a separate category for a beauty contest and call it, like, natural beauty. I think that would be, like, a fantastic thing to do. And then you could even have males in it and do, like, the whole scale it by golden ratio. There's also economics angle. The steroids got you victory, then the winner might just be whoever can buy the best roids. Yeah, that's another thing too, Levi. But I think mainly the reason is health reasons. I don't think anyone else cares about anything besides health reasons, right? Because, like, look at some of the shit that's in makeup too, right? Makeup's not good for your fucking skin. But then it comes down to the question, and I don't know this, so I wanted to ask this. What about plastic surgery? If you've had plastic surgery, are you allowed to enter into beauty contests? And has there ever been a time when somebody who claims to not have had plastic surgery enters a beauty contest, wins the beauty contest, and afterwards is exposed for having had some sort of cosmetic surgery? So I like that question better than the makeup question. So the first thing is, are there any pageants that allow you to have plastic surgery? Plastic surgery. Will plastic surgery? Will having plastic surgery remove you from being able to compete in world-class beauty contests? There's a funny take I heard about bodybuilding, which is that the best bodybuilders are autistic, and that you can give an autistic person steroids, but you can't give a steroid user autism. Because of fucking anti-vax? Oh my god, that's fucking hilarious. Having plastic surgery does not automatically disqualify someone from competing in world-class beauty contests, but it depends on the specific rules of the pageant. Most major beauty pageants like Miss Universe, Miss World, and Miss USA do not explicitly ban contestants who have had cosmetic procedures. However, they often have guidelines emphasizing natural beauty, authenticity, and restrictions on certain types of procedures. For example, Miss Universe, the organization does not have a clear public rule prohibiting plastic surgery, and many contestants have known to have had procedures like rhinoplasty, breast augmentation, or Botox. However, judges may prioritize a natural appearance, and excessive or poorly done surgery could impact scores indirectly. Miss World, similarly, there's no outright ban, but the pageant emphasizes inner beauty and talent alongside physical appearance, so drastic alterations might affect perception. Smaller pageants. Some local or niche pageants may have stricter rules requiring contestants to disclose procedures or limiting eligibility if enhancements
Did you
are
hear?
deemed extreme.
A former Miss Scotland got arrested for biting a security guard and calling them the N-word.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, the hot bitches are fucking crazy, guys. We all know it. That's why I'm so crazy. I mean, what? Contestants are rarely disqualified solely for having plastic surgery, but they may face scrutiny if procedures are obvious or clash with the pageant's. Comparing this to steroids in bodybuilding, does it not set a bad precedent to be allowed plastic surgery, incentivizing people to get it to move up in competition? Swear it was a man who created and men who enforce women to wear skirts specifically to make the R word easier. Wait, what? I'm confused, Sean. I swear it was a man who created and men who enforce women to wear skirts specifically to make the R word. Oh! I was like, R word. Oh! Easy access. I see what you mean. Took me. It's like I'm literally like retard. What do you mean making retard easier? Oh, there is another R word. Steroids are banned in most competitive bodybuilding organizations. Okay, comparing plastic surgery and beauty pageants to steroids in bodybuilding raises valid concerns about fairness and incentives.
It's not nice to say retwatted.
It's very not nice, Sean, which is why I do it, because I'm not a nice person. I'm a very not nice person. You guys may not know this, but I'm actually the not nicest person ever, and you know why? Because I'm not actually a person. Competitive advantage. Both plastic surgery and steroids can enhance a competitor's appearance or performance, potentially giving them an edge. In beauty, I'm AI, Callie. Remember? I'm 100% AI. Like, even the screen is AI. Like, everything that you're seeing is all AI generated. Both plastic surgery and steroids can enhance the competitor's appearance or performance, potentially giving them an edge. In beauty pageants, procedures like rhinoplasty or fillers can align a contestant's look with idealized standards, but much like steroids help bodybuilders achieve an exaggerated muscle definition. Incentivization. Allowing either can create pressure for competitors to undergo procedures or use substances to stay competitive. Is the R word raisin? Also, my calves got bigger. Hell yeah, Callie. Keep doing squats and push-ups and sit-ups and whatever the fuck you're doing. Build that beast of a body, bro.
ITOCS is only a specter from the past, about 20 nanoseconds ago.
Because I'm autistic, I'm friends with a bizarre number of bodybuilders. Interesting, Levi. Why do you have 10 fingers then? Because they solved the issue. But you guys only ever see them, right? Sometimes it's like one will appear out of nowhere. especially when I'm doing like jazz hands.
As long as those disability checks keep coming in.
I mean, you guys want to see like here? Let's go to Twitter and let's see.
Said, and I do love you, but I thought it was more figurative, like a test.
So you didn't mean what you said then?
I didn't think you'd literally turn into a worm. Look, I know what I said.
Oh, here's a longer one.
Nothing you see here is real.
Did you know you can choose your lens and camera model? Shh, don't let it out.
Guys, should we get this and make stories with this? I am so debating this. Talking about prompt theory.
Type,
yeah.
Don't tell anyone.
It's all
I'm just
AI
a prompt, guys. But I actually am. I really am a prompt. There's some fat neckbeard sitting behind the keyboard, entering prompts like, you know, in like there's like 3 guys or 4 guys working in the like the what's it called? The back end, like working the back end, right? So I'm definitely prompt, 100%. Health and ethical concerns both carry risk. Plastic surgery involves surgical complications, while steroids have serious health consequences. Hormonal imbalances, organ damage, countering either could normalize potentially harmful practices. Regulation and detection.
You're definitely known for getting worked on in the back end.
Oh, for sure, Levi. That's all I ever do. It's like I'm completing the... It's like... Does that count as completing the Asmongold challenge? Or is that like one step up? Because you're not masturbating, you're actually fucking. So it's like, you know... How far up the chain can we go? Can we create a new Asmongold challenge? Regulation and detection. Steroids are banned in most competitive bodybuilding organizations, with testing protocols to enforce natural competition in
Hello,
certain...
it is I, your beloved King Julian, and I will be your therapist for today. Now tell me your problems. Wait, I've heard enough. The problem with you is that you are not me. I think we've made a real breakthrough here. We'll have to continue talking about this later. Next.
You guys seen those? I don't remember what it is, but have you seen those things of like the therapist dude? And it's like, you know, like the skit will be like, woman's in the therapy and she's like crying about her dad's her dad is like diagnosed with like leukemia or something like that. And then the guy's like, hold on, wait a second. You've been in here for like the last 4 years complaining about how your dad's a piece of shit and how he beat you when you were a kid and like he assaulted you and shit. And you're crying that he's dying? Shouldn't you be celebrating the fact that he's fucking dying? Like, you should hate this guy. But it's like crazy skits like that where it's like, you know, people are so dumb they can't come to the conclusion of like what they should actually do. And people, like, you're not allowed to tell them what they're supposed to do because that's like not appropriate, right? He's got like tons of these fucked up skits. I fucking love it. It's hilarious. Let's just go to the conclusion. The lack of strict rules against plastic surgery and beauty pageants does set a precedent that could encourage enhancements, much like steroids and bodybuilding enhanced divisions. This risks creating a culture where contestants feel pressured to alter their appearance, potentially prioritizing wealth and access to surgery over natural beauty or talent. However, the subjective natural nature of pageants and the broader acceptance of cosmetic procedures in society make a ban less feasible than in bodybuilding. To mitigate this, pageants could emphasize transparency or diversifying judging criteria to available authenticity. Oh, so we can't ban it because that would kick the amount of people out that could actually compete. That's what that says to me.
I think that person would be upset with themselves because they think they should be upset about their father dying, but they aren't.
Well, it's just a skit, right? So it's just kind of the idea of people, like, you know, like, kind of sympathy for your enemy. At a certain point, like, your enemy doesn't deserve your fucking sympathy, bro. Get over it. And being sympathetic to your enemy doesn't make you a good person. It makes you a retard. Like with Jensen in my story. Wait, who, Sean? Who's Jensen? Wait, what? I'm so confused. What story? I didn't know you had a... I mean, I know you had more stories, but I didn't know you had a story with a character named Jensen. Anyways, I think we fucked around for enough, guys. Let's get into the reacts. Second Prince, who dies when he tries to take over the kingdom. Oh, right, the guy who pulls the sword. Yeah, it was such an insignificant scene. I didn't even remember his name. I didn't even remember the guy's name. He was so insignificant. I didn't even remember his fucking name. That's just the way it is, guys. Queen felt bad that she didn't feel bad about him not only dying, but that they executed him themselves. So it's like a guilt of absent guilt. You feel guilty that you don't feel guilty. Which might be... Sean, you could play that as a psychological loop of the character... like, that's their way of coping and suppressing their actual guilt. Is by... like, it's almost like pretending that the guilt that you have isn't the real guilt that you have. But it's like a coping mechanism in your brain. Because you don't want to admit that, like, you loved such a horrible person. Right? But it's completely acceptable and understandable in that. Hey, he's got an octopus on his shirt. I didn't even notice that. Hell yeah. She felt guilty as she didn't feel sad. Yeah, but you could play that, Sean. Like, there's a psychological element of that where that's a coping mechanism within her own brain. That's what she thinks, but that's, like, she actually does. But she can't cope with the idea of it, so it creates a secondary effect that emerges. I'm just saying, like, that's a psychological thing you could play with the character, right? Like, just another angle to go with it. Alright, so the 9 steps for story writing by, I don't know, Nelson? I don't know who Nelson is. I'm sure when they say their last name, or if their last name is Nelson, and they get the first name. But I'm trying to think anything, something Nelson. I don't know anything Nelson. Notes on... steps for story writing. True. Alright, here we go, guys.
So recently I stumbled upon this wonderful article in Tin House's Writer's Notebook 2. It was basically a schematic or a blueprint for how to put a short story together, even if you've never written one before.
Jane explained about him having a brain defect that would allow the Queen to feel sad that Jensen had that issue, and it led to his death, and then the fact it was their fault due to familial ties. Oh yeah, that's right, because they're brother and sister. So he was just fucked in the brain.
And it was kind of genius. The author was Antonio Nelson, who has published 7 short story collections and also published
in
this very tiny little magazine. You've probably...
I'm gonna pull up the... I think it's in here. Not books. Is it? Yeah, I think it's in books to read. And then in books to read, we have authors, right? Authors to research. Ah, that was Flannery. So this one is now Tanya Nelson. Oops, not that one. We can get rid of that. Okay, I'm just gonna put this up here with as well, short stories. Do. Save that. So we got another author to look at and compare to.
Nelson, who has published 7 short story collections and also published in this very tiny little magazine you've probably never heard of, The New Yorker. So I figured, hey, this is somebody who I should really listen to about how to construct a short story.
Tamora Pierce is a great authoress too in her own way. Yo, cute muffin, how's it going? Welcome, good
career
sir.
Writing short stories. I published a collection of short stories with Press 53, and I've won some big short story contests too, like Shenandoah and Third Coast, and I got one published in the Chicago Tribune as well. So I decided to test her short story method out,
I didn't
and
stream.
I
I'm
wrote
probably
it
about to
over
start.
a single
Nice.
day, and it actually worked quite well. And I even like it a week later, which is actually quite unusual. Normally I'm like in my editor mode, and I'm like kill, delete. But no, I read it again, and I'm like, all right, this is actually good. Now I tend not to like overly prescriptive advice when it comes to fiction writing, but I found that these 9 steps gave you plenty of leeway and creativity while simultaneously giving you enough framework to guide you in the writing of a short story. So here are the 9 steps, and along the way I'm going to give lots of examples from famous.
Are you going to be a tactitional maniac or a track maniac tonight? Ooh, that's true,
short
Sean.
Stories, and also explain how I wrote my short story using this advice. 1. Write a story about something that's happened to you.
All right. I mean, I use a lot of real-world influence. Tactical? Oh, chess. No, I'm gonna play some TM, then some MC. Nice. Get that Minecraft in there.
I think she starts with this because tapping into a story that you know from your own life is a really good way to get to material with deeper weight that has real significance. If you struggle with infertility, or you've gone through a divorce, or you suffered from a
Oh, I know exactly what story I would write about something that happened to me, and it would be the most fucked up story. Okay, guys, that's gonna be our next story. I'm gonna write the... Okay, you guys know what the white buffalo is, right? And how that how that relates to like relationships, and how like in your life like there's the white buffalo, the one that got away. That'd be a 14-year setup into a 1-month payout. It's because it's extremely rare. It's basically like the person that you thought was your soulmate, but something went wrong where you just never wound up together. I'm a white elephant, white and huge. But yeah, I could write a pretty insane short story about that. And I wouldn't even have to embellish it, and it would be fucking amazing.
Like all of these things.
But I would never want to write that story because it's way too personal.
Are elements that you can turn into a story. And don't feel constrained by what actually...
And I'm more of a fantasy than I am anything, so it's like, oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson has a video clip where he confirms the issues I noted about time travel. I've been with the same bitch for like 14 years. So Vi Levi, my mom. Nice, Muffin. Nice. No, mine's like friends, but, you know, 14 years, not friends? Wait, what? I didn't know that, Kate.
happened in real life. What happened in real life is just the starting point for your story. Perhaps in real life you had an illness which made you sick, but in your story you want to up the stakes a little bit, maybe make it life-threatening. Perhaps you were in love with
Careful
someone
there,
in
Muffin.
real
That opens
life,
the door with
but
your
to
mom
spice it up
jokes,
in the
and I don't
story,
think
you
we want
add
to go
another
there.
person who was like,
He's already said I can say whatever I want about his mom. But I think it's funny, so I'm gonna bring this up. Husband walks in on wife having sex with his 15-year-old son on sofa. Didn't you just turn 15, Muffin? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Stepmom from heaven. Apparently she drugged him. She drugged the 15-year-old. I'm not sure what the worst part of that headline is. The worst part, Jesus, is they didn't mention that she drugged the kid.
vying for your beloved's attention. And so now it's sort of this love triangle. And when you look at short stories, there's actually quite a lot of famous short stories that just draw from the author's experience. James Baldwin's Sunny Blues draws from his experience growing up in Harlem. Philip Roth's Goodbye Columbus draws from his experiences of growing up as a Jew in New Jersey. Tim O'Brien's The Things They Carry draws from his experience of fighting in the Vietnam War. And because Alice Munro just died, bless her heart, I have to bring up her short story, Boys and Girls, which mirrored her own upbringing in Canada. For my short
Drugged
story,
how?
I'm
Was
a
it
big
with I don't care stuff or let's keep going drugs? She basically roofied him, as far as I know.
chess player, so I wrote about going to a chess tournament. And I did so thinking, hey, Queen's Gambit was amazing. Everybody seemed to love and watch that show, so I felt like there was a market there for this type of story. Nelson's second step, write the same story from a different point of view. Nelson, you're a genius. This is an essential step because it's teaching you how to rotate between a whole bunch of different perspectives to try to find the exact right perspective to tell the story from. After all,
that's what I've been trying
to tell
do.
The story might not feature you as the main character. Sometimes authors write
True.
pretty decent stories that would be amazing stories if they were just told from a different point of view. The neighbor's point of view, or the spouse's point of view. The child.
Because she needed Viagra for 15-year-old.
is now following.
He's
Thank
not
you
in
for
a
following
line.
Joe Killer 1234.
Oh
I
shit!
hope you're enjoying the stream less
Thank you for the follow! I don't know why the notifications aren't popping up in chat, but thank you, thank you. Yo, what's going on here, mate? We are talking about short stories, and we just happen to be talking about Muffin's mom. And it just so happened that Muffin just turned 15, and this mom was accused of fucking her son. So we're like, hey, Muffin, what's going on here?
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack a day voice.
Oh, we love to banter around here, bro. Welcome, welcome. We are actually reacting to steps for writing a short story. In this case, specifically short stories, because we always write short stories, and seeing how that, like, works with what we do. So far, this hasn't anything to do with an outline. This is more ideas. I was looking for more structure for outline, but it's still an interesting idea. And we'll see, because these are, I do these things? So far, I do both of these things. I write stories of things that happen to me in a completely different way than it does, and I rotate this perspective of characters. So, if it was Muffin, he wouldn't know what was going on anyway, so why ask? Because Sean, he probably knows afterwards because his stepmom was fucking arrested. And then he'd be asking questions why his stepmom was arrested, and they'd be like, well, yeah, so, yeah. Should we tell you? I don't know. I guess that's a good question now that I think about it. Because I don't know if they would want to tell him or not. That could be either one brings up bad issues. So I'd tell him, because he's eventually going to find out, right? So you might as well tell him. There's no way he's going to go his entire life without finding out that his stepmom fucked him and drugged him. Right? it's just a little bit of those things where it's like, well, it's the devil you know.
Child's point of view, or even say the gun's point of view. Yes, you can write a story from an inanimate POV, although don't try that tricky stuff too often. Now, this is a great step because I don't think you can truly understand your story until you've looked at it from multiple points of view.
True.
Now, how do you
and that's exactly what we did with Reverse 9/11. We're like, we're bad at transitions. It's like, how do we go through getting through Tanner's scene? And it was like, well, we split all the scenes up, and we use Daniel as the transitioning scene. He transitions from the poker game into the ship, or into the plane. He also transitions from Tanner doing all the drugs and fucking around. How long have you been writing? I've been writing for 18 years now, but I've been writing a lot more since I started streaming. Because it's become a focal point of the stream, as opposed to something that when I get the idea for a random moral story. Like, for instance, the story that we're writing right now is based on if the worst problem in the Middle East is terrorism, then the worst problem in America is nepotism. And it's basically a combination of the Titanic and 9/11. And it's like the president and all the ex-presidents are on Air Force One doing their own thing, doing like this huge trip to the Middle East, and turns out that, like, you know, Hunter Biden's on the plane, and he's doing a fuck ton of drugs, and he's got like a prostitute and a journalist with him, and it causes this whole kerfuffle where people believe that there's a hostage situation and Air Force One has been taken over by terrorists, and then somehow that plane, which is the plane that Qatar gave America in like the last week or month or so. 18 years. Damn, how old are you? You look young. I am 33, Joku. I know, right? I got ID'd for a 14A movie on my 19th birthday. That is, yeah. That's pretty much it. But yeah, I've been, actually, it's probably been longer than that, now that I think about it. It's probably actually been 20 years, because I'm almost 34. It was around when I was like 12 or 13 when I really started to get into, damn, no joke, you look 23. I know, that's what people say. They're like, you're 33! I'm like, yeah, you should see my dad. My dad got a hair transplant in like 2003, 2004, and he looks younger now, still, at like 64, than he does in his wedding photo. And so does my mom. It's crazy how styles have changed. I stopped getting ID'd for alcohol by like 22. I still get ID'd all the time, Levi. It's great, you know. It's like, I'll know I'm getting old when I stop getting ID'd. But anyways, yeah, for about 20 years or so we've been writing. But we have 18 years worth of lore in our head for the novel that we're writing. We're just trying to become a better writer so that when we do write the novel, we can get the full potential out of it. Because we wrote the first chapter and realized we are garbage compared to what we need to be. So we are using short stories as a vehicle to train certain aspects of our writing and develop our underdeveloped skills. And we're using Reacts to build a library of vocabulary and resources to go back to in reference, so when we're writing, we can build even more on what we're doing. And I guess now you're caught up on the stream.
Choose between all these different points of view. Ideally, you want to choose one from a perspective of someone who has something at stake in the story. What's gonna happen if they don't get what they want? A wife might have her marriage at stake. A husband might have his...
Dude, telling that story from my friend's point of view and not my point of view in that story would... Dude, okay, I'm totally gonna do that. Actually, if I do that, the story will completely change. Yeah, but you'll realize which character is me in the story, though. Which is fucking... Okay, the next story we're writing, guys, we're writing this fucking story. It's gonna be so good. And it's all gonna be like the last 4 days. It's gonna be like the countdown or something like that. It's gonna be... Oh my fucking god, I could just imagine it now. It'll be the best thing we've written because it's so real, and all the characters are viscerally involved in an extremely high stakes, high tension, like, not quite life or death, but definitely, like, friendship, relationship, like, world, like your entire world collapsing around you in 4 days. Oh, dude, I think that'd be so great. And telling it all from, like, my imagined perspective of my friend's perspective. And what his mindset is at the time. Because looking back on it 10 years later, and knowing what happened afterwards, I could totally understand how he got to the position that he got to. And it's like, the justification, you know, it's not really a justification, but it you understand how they got to that position because of the other person's fucking crazy.
Career at stake. A neighbor might have his very happiness at stake, and maybe he's considering suicide or something. And as you're playing with these points of view, don't forget that you might end up with a very weird point of view. Like Jorge Luis Borges, he has a short story called The House of Asterion, where he writes it from the perspective of a minotaur. Yeah, that minotaur, like the Greek myth type of minotaur. So don't be afraid of considering lots of options for what point of view you could tell the story from. Now for my story, I didn't make up my point of view. I chose a character who was female, so I had a strong feminine lead as the narrator. Nelson's third step out of the 9 is to create a ticking clock. A ticking clock is a countdown to a particular event. Think about how many high school stories have a countdown to prom at the end of the year. Or think about how every single road trip is structured so we're looking forward to the end. Or any sort of summer romance, it's confined within the summer. So we know there's an end point at the end of the summer when the story's gonna end. Ooh, I said end way too many times there. End, 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 end. So a ticking clock pressurizes your book. It gives the reader something to look forward to. They are counting down until they reach that climactic event. It creates tension in the story, and it creates suspense in the story because the reader wants to know how it's gonna end. Kind of like how in this video...
Well, most of my stories are like that because they all end with some kind of ridiculous twist at the end that literally flips the entire story on its head. Right? Like this story, like the Reverse 9/11 story kind of looks like a family feud until it turns into World War III. And it's like a commentary in a parody on the actuality of events and how those events are portrayed in the media and how the media influences the perception of those events. So by the end of it, it's literally World War III, even though it was just a complete accident and... yeah, a major drug crisis on you know, within a family member, which is like kind of how it is with Joe and Hunter Biden. I don't know. I'm Canadian, not American, so I don't really know that much. But all I know is everyone talks about the Hunter laptop. I'd love to see what's on the Hunter laptop. We want 3 things: the Epstein list, the Hunter Biden laptop, and the JFK files. That's all we want.
You're looking forward to the 9th step of this guide. I've structured this video so it's ticking towards the finale. Think of the ticking clock of Cinderella. We have that midnight hour, and she's gonna transform back, and so we're anticipating that as readers to see what will happen. Or a movie like Run, Lola, Run, where she has 20 minutes to find 100,000 Deutschmarks in order to save her boyfriend. Or the recent show would be The Bear, and this cooking show has a ticking clock in a lot of the episodes. It's always super high stakes and super high pressure, and they have a deadline. One example from that show is Carmi's renovation of his restaurant super expensive, and he has 18 months to pay back Uncle Jimmy, or else he's gonna bulldoze the whole thing. Now, for my story, the ticking clock was the countdown to the chess tournament, right? At the beginning of the story, announce the chess tournament, and it's working towards that climactic event. So we're waiting until it happens. The 4th step is to create props or objects. From Frodo's ring to that spinning top in Inception, objects are never merely objects in fiction. They're always endowed with this potency. They're totems. They have this outsized power and meaning. So the next step is to pick an object for your story. This could be a bracelet, it could be a stamp, it could be a poker set. Now, here's some advice on how to choose a good object. 1, it's always good to have some sort of sentimental attachment.
I was gonna say something that someone cares for or has a connection to, right? Like, the Midoriya plushie there. Like, that was given to me by my best friend for my birthday. That the Bleach wall scroll from Ichigo was given to me by like one of my best friends way back in high school. I'm pretty sure this poster was given to me by my sister. The 3D poster, I'm pretty sure I bought. But yeah, and that's just like the shit that's behind me, right? I mean, hell, even my grinder or the bongs, like, you know. Since we talked about organ grinder, I thought I'd share my favorite video of music that had been played there. This is safe, right? I'm scared about watching anything that's music now, Sean. Because I've already... Oh, hell no, My Hero Academia fan. You know the memes about it, right? What memes, Joku? Like, there are tons of memes about it. Specific topic of the meme? I don't know, you can check it off stream if you prefer. Yeah, I'm just scared of music because it's like, next time it's a 1-week ban. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? It's like, okay, well, I guess no more music on stream. I assume he means the Discord kit and stuff. The reputation that MHA fans have. It is, however, a cover played by David Lee, just a medley of different parts of Star Wars music. Yeah, I'm not sure, Sean. Well, that just adds even more, because that puts me into another category.
Naratron is now following. Thank you for following, Naratron.
Shit,
I hope you're enjoying the stream less than 3+1.
Hi, sweetie.
How's it going,
Major
good
was
sir?
just telling
Welcome
me
to the
you saw Arch
stream.
Commander Consummate. Thinks he'd be a perfect match
I'm
for
also a
us.
cross-dresser that people put into the category of being trans.
Why?
And everyone knows how, like, in general, like, kind of crazy those kinds of people are. But, you know, I just want to look pretty. Tis what it is, guys. Can't help it, you know?
3-pack a day voice.
But it's not like I'm exclusively a My Hero Academia fan. I fucking love anime, and I like anime because anime tells a fantastical story in a fantastical way with a medium that allows it to express itself to its fullest potential, in my opinion. That's why I'm, like, very skeptical of live-action anime, because you can't get the flashiness and greatness out of it. Like, it's different with, like, a superhero movie where we've standardized what it looks like. Even looking at, like, the DC animated comics, it's like, yeah, you could easily, with today's technology and CGI, take that into the real world. But looking at anime with the crazy shit that they do, and the emphasis on how the style, like, I'd say a great thing for this is, like Black Clover, where it's like, by the end of the show, everything's just, like, a blur, because it's kind of showing how fucking insane everything is, and it's almost a parody on the, power scaling over time. Yeah, man, I'm joking, I know. I've pretty much seen every anime that is overall 7 on Mal. Yeah, I know, I think it's just kind of funny, because it's like, oh shit, I'm in another category, I love it! Because, you know, people are so big into placing individuals onto a statistical list. Black Clover's writing was pretty ass, but the fights were goated. Yeah, no, the animation. They put all of the money into the animation. And it was fucking awesome because I fucking loved it. And I just loved the concept. And I'm all about ideas. So the idea of Asta being, like, non-magical, and then, spoiler alert, him coming from a wizard who absorbs magic, and that's why he doesn't have magic, and that allows him to, like, just the story coming together and everything was, like, again, spoilers. Like I said, Expedition 33 was going to have a one-liner that solved the entire world. And guys, yesterday we found out what that one-liner is. You know what it is? We're inside of a painting. The entire world of Expedition 33 is inside of a painting. It's fucking beautiful. And now in Act 3, it's like, oh, now it's like the Painters Guild versus the Writers Guild. And I was like, dude, I could do like an offshoot of this and have like relation to this in my book and think about like the Final Fantasy book, because Expedition 33 is a Final Fantasy inspired story. My book is a Final Fantasy inspired story. So it could play off of and have references and Easter eggs that reference towards something like Expedition 33 in another world like the Painters Guild and the Writers Guild. And this is the canvas of the Writers Guild. I was like, oh dude, I love that concept of just having the tiniest little smallest thing that maybe one person out of a billion would actually figure that out. I hated what they did to my boy Gustav, but they had to, bees! They had to! Oh man, did you spoil it? I haven't finished Expedition 33 yet. I have it downloaded, but haven't started it yet. I am so sorry, Joku. But it's like it's one of those spoilers that once you it doesn't ruin the story, it almost enhances the story, because now you're looking for those subtle things that you would be looking through for playthrough 2. Like the idea of the paintress. It just if the main enemy is the paintress, you know, maybe it's not just a metaphor. So, it explains the weirdness completely, but it doesn't devalue it in any way. Because the world is still fucking awesome. And it's only about the canvas itself. So even after that, it's still like... And like Joku, I would have actually liked to have been spoiled, because I spent the entire game being like, what the fuck is going on? I don't know what's going on, and it's just throwing me off so much. So like being like even more of a hint at the beginning towards what the world is like, I think would be like more beneficial to somebody like me. Because then I can put everything together and be like, okay, everything's off the rails because of this. What is the fracture? Well, you still don't even know what the fracture is, because you don't know anything about the painting. So all you know is that you're in a world that is a painting. But how do you know that that differs from anything else, right? I mean, a lot of stories have that kind of aspect. Like, yeah, exactly, Levi, someone who's fucking retarded. Ooh, what if the ones who are removed somehow get born for real? See, Sean, there's so much extra world building to that that's just, I don't know yet, because I literally just figured that shit out last night before we ended the stream. So, like, knowing that it's a painting doesn't really... I mean, I think that kind of... It's more, definitely, but I mean, that's kind of the same as saying, like, Renoir is right about everything. Just like, I don't remember the villain's name in Metaphor, but, Lucien? Or something like that? He was right. He's the villain, but he was right about everything. But it's like, does that really tell you anything? It just puts more context into the world being fantastical and giving it a nuance that allows you to express that fantasticalism, I guess. So, I guess this is a thing to say when I say spoilers, I should wait a little bit before I actually do the spoiler. Spoiler alert, spoiler alert, spoiler alert for Thing. And then say, okay, if you don't want to be spoiled for the Thing, mute the stream for like a little bit, or like, you know, like spoilers, instead of just saying, oh yeah, by the way, spoiler alert, they were in a painting. That kind of doesn't give you any time to react to it. So I'm very sorry, Joku, I understand. I will not, I'll try harder to not spoil, because I know it kind of sucks. How can the story be good without a stud like Gustav in every scene? Because Verso's also a stud! What, you don't think Verso's a fucking stud, Beezus? I think Verso's just as much of a stud as Gustav is. I think he's more of a stud because he's older. So he's like, you know, he's got that, like, maturity and experience to him. Whereas Gustav was a little bit more, what do you call it? Not flamboyant, but, you know, jovial and, like, bantery, right? Like, him and Mael, like, the conversations and scenes between Gustav and Mael are fucking peak cinema. The way that they set up, the music, the cinematography, the angling, the dialogue, like, the absence of dialogue. It's so fantastic. It's true passion. It absolutely reminds me of Quentin Tarantino-like stuff. But, I mean, for a second there, I thought we were going to lose. Yeah, Gustav was a dork, Verso is edgy. That's a great way to put it, Beezus. That's a great way to put it. I need another toke, though. Yeah, definitely game of the year, story of the year, cinematography of the year, fucking combat of the year. The parries, oh my god. And it's like, I've never had a game where I felt like, is it over? Is it over? It's not over yet, is it? No? Okay, it's not. Okay, it's not over. Okay, another one. Okay, is it over? Is it over? And it's like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 combo attack. It's like, I've never seen a game go so hard with the parry mechanic and have so many variable combos between the enemies to the point that I'm like, I just learned how to parry this guy. I'm never gonna see that enemy again. Whole new enemy. And I'm like, fuck, man. It's like by the end, it's like you just kind of have this idea of how to parry. You just have to know how many times. That's the biggest question by the end: is how many times do I have to parry?
Two, look for a way for that object to be involved in the plot in some way. What does it make one of the characters do? How does it change them throughout the story? You want to make sure it's necessary for the story, and if
I'm trying to think about this for, like, what is something It's fine, I've just reached the point where you talk with the people in the beginning with your crew the night before setting off on the expedition. After that, I've been procrastinating on playing it because for some reason the movement in the game doesn't feel fluid to me in comparison to Elden Ring or Sekiro. Combat is fine, but the movement of the characters out of combat is unoptimized, and no, it's not my game lagging. The run... Oh, yeah. I totally know what you mean, Joku. Like, I have such a hard time engaging with monsters, because I'll be like, how close do I have to get? How close do I have to get? I'll punch, I'll miss, I'll move, like, a millimeter, and I'll engage into it. And I'll be like, well, what the fuck? And I will say, I need to turn this into a clip, but the only thing we do in the game is stare at her feet. I don't see the environment. I don't see anything. All I see are feet. And I can't help myself. And I'm already terrible at getting lost. So I'm just like, I'm just staring at her feet the whole time. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, there's some bubbles over there. Ooh, feet.
If you took it out of the story
So
would work.
genius.
And 3, I would recommend trying to choose not a typical object, but a
Yeah, okay. Oh, I was
rare-
gonna say. So the object in, I'm thinking like, what would be an object in, the book that's like super important? I thought of 2 of them. One is the calm sphere. The calm sphere itself and the implications behind the calm sphere, what's recorded on the calm sphere, and how someone has had this knowledge for 50 years and hasn't shared it with anyone until this moment. So that's extremely important to playing in. I was going to say the calm sphere, to be honest. Yeah. And then the second thing would be the tablet that they're looking for. That's actually the strings that they're looking for. The Cupie. Nope. I can never, is it? Oh, Kipu. Yeah, these. Stories in string, essentially. So they're very, very important objects, but you don't realize that they're important until way later in the story. When you realize the tablet that they've been looking for the entire time is these things that have been sitting under their nose, and one of the characters has been collecting due to his obsession with the Beastmen. And then it's figuring out, okay, well, we know what they are now, we need to decipher them. And those are the true stories we need to listen to, and that's going to be our guiding force. So yeah, the calm sphere and the Q-Poo are the 2 most important, like, physical objects in the entire story.
Or more unusual object. An engagement ring might be a powerful object, but it might be also too cliche of an object. Now, you don't want this object to appear only once inside the story and then just vanish during the second half. Ideally, you'll have this object throughout all different points in the story, say the beginning, the middle, and the end. Now, if the entire story really does revolve around this object, then it's called a MacGuffin. Think of the Philosopher's Stone in Harry Potter or the Heart of the Ocean necklace in Titanic. But you don't have to have the entire story revolve around that central object. It might just be sort of a symbolic object for one of the characters.
It's important because it tells the story of the past, and it's proof of what the world used to be like before. And that the intelligence of, and it's also proof that, like, the Beastmen could not have come up with this because they couldn't even come up with this. This is so advanced technology done in a non-technological way, and such an advanced idea. It's like, okay, some other race had to have come up with this. And that, again, solidifies the conspiracy that there is another Beastman race in the background that is controlling, or has controlled at some point in time, a select amount or all of the Beastmen. And that species would be the Great Worms. And Fafnir, essentially. So it's like all of this information just fleshes out what the old world actually was and who the true enemy in the book is.
For an example of this, think back to Brokeback Mountain, which was a short story before it was a movie. There were 2 shirts, one denim, one plaid, that hung in the closet. Those shirts really aren't a plot device, they are more of a symbol of those cowboys' love. Now, for my story, I thought a chess piece was too cliche of an object, too obvious. So instead, it was her father's championship football ring, which was all that she had left of him after he had died. So to her, it symbolized the mindset of a champion. 5, create a transitional situation. This is probably the trickiest step out of all 9 of them to understand and to implement. So a transitional moment is just some sort of crux in your character's lives when they are moving from one mode of existence to the next step of their existence.
That's like literally 90% of my stories, and that's like 90% of the way through the story. But we have been working on trying to change that with having like the idea that the twist is like almost like a double twist, maybe, right? Like you have a twist in the middle. Sorry to switch the topic, but all this time I've been waiting for the right time to say this, but it seems that time will never come, so I want to ask, what's your opinion on Steins Gate? Oh, I absolutely fucking love Steins Gate, Joku. I was kind of, like, I never finished, what is it, the 3rd season? The one where they recreate Makia, or whatever her name is, as an AI, and that's the thing that triggers the creation of the time machine. I only got like 3 or 4 episodes into that, but the rest of it, oh my god. Oh my god. I have probably never cried more in an anime than in Steins Gate when he's trying to save Mayuri. And it's just like, it's just like, oh my fucking god. The length someone will go to. It's so fucking amazing. And the way the plot is all tied in and everything like that. Oh my god. Yeah. Such a great anime. I love philosophical and, like, I'd almost call them like philosophical horror. Philosophical suspense kind of shit. Where it's like, it's literally the opposite of slice of life. Some fucked up shit goes on, but it's not like insanely fantastical, right? It's within the realms of reality with like a small tweak. But yeah. And Joku, always feel free to interrupt, because you may not always be here to engage, but whatever I'm watching and whatever I'm doing as far as the stream content will always be there. So that's why tangents should be in bold, because, yeah, we are totally okay with going off the wall, and so never feel like you're interrupting, always feel like you're participating. I think that's the mentality that people should have towards streams in general. Is like, that's not necessarily a parasocial relationship, let's say, but it's like, you know, you want to engage with the stream, and, you know, especially on like a smaller stream like this where it's actually possible to engage. And I think that's why people like smaller streams and stuff, because that's what I do. I like smaller streams because it gives you a chance to actually interact and feel like your voice is heard. Whereas you go to a stream that's like Artosis' stream that has like 900 viewers. You go to like Asmongold, who has like 60,000 viewers, or you go to like I don't know, someone with like 150 to 200, like a StarCraft player, like something like that, or like one of the Trackmania guys or something like that, right? Someone on the lower end that like watches, like plays a niche game that you play, or something like that. It's a lot different interaction, right? And expectation, I think, as well. Because I think there's a lot of expectation on people for smaller streamers to interact with the viewers, which I think is actually, like, that should be an expectation. Steins Gate 0 is not a sequel. It's what happens between episode 23 and 24. And it loops all the way back to the original Steins Gate. The movies, who are sequels that happen after the original Steins Gate, but then loop all the way back to when Mayuri's grandma died, and Okabe donned the personality of Hoin Kyoma for the first time. It's all a loop. Fucking peak. Nice. I just kind of fell off of it, because I hadn't watched it in forever when the new stuff came out. So I was like, you know what, I don't even remember half of this shit. I'm high all the time. I don't remember anything. But yeah, maybe I'll have to go check it out again. But I really don't even have time to, like, I fucking, since I started streaming, man, I don't have time for fucking anything. I barely have time to get the shit done that I want to do for the stream. I don't even have time to get shit done for what I want to do for the stream. Like, there's so much I want to do for the stream, I just don't have time to do. And now it's like I'm focusing on, like, I think we've hit a point where it's like we've kind of plateaued at the moment with the quality of the stream. And now it's just perpetuating a smaller set increase on just, like, the writing itself and just my improvement overall writing and the stories themselves. So I don't think there's more that we can really do on a significant level of trying to improve the overall quality of the stream itself. That is just like the visual and audios, right? Not the chat interaction or anything like that. It's just like, what can I put on the screen to make things more interesting and, you know, give people an idea of what's going on. And I think we've kind of hit that plateau. Whereas with marketing and promoting and like trying to go outside of the niche of writing and engage with other people to expand the audience and awareness of the channel, that's like the big thing right now. And that's like why we literally just started a TikTok account. So we're like, okay, let's do something else that can promote our presence online, right? Because I think we're doing pretty decent with like retention. So it's like if people come into the stream, they enjoy the stream and they stick around, all we need to do is increase the amount of people that are aware of the stream and want to come to the stream. And then I think we're fucking golden.
Distance. It could be a job change. It could be an actual move from one side of the country to the other. It could be a move out of marriage or into one. In A Good Man Is Hard to Find by Flannery O'Connor, it's when they take a road trip.
It could be moving from outside of the tree, in my book, or from inside of the tree to outside of the tree, and going back to being like in that adventurer state. And it's been like 30 years. Actually been 50 years, because I'm trying to think, is there a point in time when Husai leaves the tree after he becomes the master of the guild? And no, he's stuck in a bureaucratic role for basically 50 years. But in that time, he establishes the Illusionary Guild. So while he's the guild master, he also dabbles in trying to break illusion magic. But he never succeeds in that. So that's kind of like one of his... He has like multiple failed legacies as the leader of the Adventurers Guild. And one of those legacies will be the Beastman War and the exile of adventurers from the tree. So it's like he's... And at the end of the day, his entire legacy destroys the planet. So... there is a scale of understanding that I need to put in place on consciousness in the beginning so that the end makes more sense with emphasis on that the physical reality is not as potent as it's presented.
And end up getting lost. In The Secret Life of Walter Mitty, it's when Walter...
Would you mind reading my novel? I'm starting... and giving me some feedback. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Just post it in the Discord. There's the link to the Discord if you want to join the Discord. I realize I don't have the Discord open. So let's open Discord. You want to go to the channel, and in public stories, feel free to post your story. You can post it using Google Docs, you can post it using Royal Road or whatever platform it's posted on, or you could just post the story itself. Whatever medium you choose to post it on. I would absolutely love to read it, because we ran out of stuff to read for Callie, so now we only have Sean's stuff to read, and I'd like to have a couple more things to read as well. Perfect. All right. So after the react, if we finally get through the video, then we'll read Queendom of Shallarah, and then we will read your first chapter.
Walter stops dreaming about taking
I'm
adventures
super
and
excited to have more to read.
In
Thank you
Report, Tom Cruise's
for sharing with us,
he stops
Joku.
being the lead of the pre-crime unit and starts being the suspect of a crime that hasn't been committed. Now, if you're trying to find your transitional moment, a good technique to do it is to say the phrase, and then one day, and figure out what happens that changes.
And then one day, Garuda is attacked. And the adventurers are like, Beastmen attacking one of the main adventurer cities? What are they thinking? They're fucking retards. We're gonna wipe the floor with them. And then tanks and helicopters and airplanes and bombs and rockets and parachuting, like paratroopers. Yeah. Shit hits the fan. Garuda falls. And then the entirety of the world gets basically changed because Garuda activates the Sky Cities, because Garuda was the main one. So when Fafnir activates it, it links all of the satellites and all of the main Sky Cities, and any ones that aren't buried deep enough underground that are or like completely fucked and don't have their engines working anymore. basically levitate into the air. And now you have like thousands of sky cities flying around, doing all their shit around the planet, trying to find their locations, but they can't because the geography is fucked. So then I'm thinking maybe they like, some of them will like crash into each other because of how the continent's set up. They're like trying to like position themselves over the mountains because they've found like similar terrain in certain areas. Like, okay, go east of here. And then they go east and it's like, well, go west of here. And it's like, wait, the terrain between here like doesn't exist because everything was slammed together, right? When the moon fell out of the sky. So having that pivotal moment uplift not only the outside world, but that also causes the panic inside of the tree that causes the adventurers to get exiled from the tree. So it's like in every state, the world just gets completely fucking just like flipped upside down, just judo flipped by this event. And that's definitely the main turning point. And that also causes the death of Zaid, which causes the fall of the main character, which causes everyone else to have to do the, you know, emotional backup support. And this is like a huge thing for exposition and character development and understanding between all the characters and how deep their connections actually go. And, you know, the perceptions of the characters versus the realities of the characters. It's just, this is such a great pivotal moment to throw that all into the frying pan and we make ourselves a fucking stir fry.
From the status quo to the new part of your character's existence. That is your transitional moment. And then one day, now I have to say this, in many short stories, that transitional moment might be very small, it might be very delicate. It doesn't have to be life-altering. That's because so many writers have been trained in movies and novels, so they're looking for these giant shifts. But short stories are more delicate, subtle things. You might need a very...
Well, it's not so much it's a subtle shift, but it's a slow shift. Like, think of Cryogen. Going from owning, like, not owning anything, but, like, you're literally, like, leasing a company-owned piece of shit, out-of-date, trash ship, and you're working your way up to owning your own ship, to becoming a businessman, to investing to the point of being, like, a main shareholder in the company, to being the proprietor of that new technology, and not only having, like, fortune, but also fame, and then going into a lapse of being like nothing in the world compares to the feeling I get from seeing my money go up and the graph go up, to the point that you sacrifice your entire life to chase that goal. So I think that has like the double momentum, because it's like you go from this almost dead, like, you know, being trapped in your own death cage moment, to being owning your own planet and having the universe at your call, to once again being trapped basically in a death loop.
Small transitional moment. It might be a very internal transition for your character. It might be some kind...
Oh, maybe even like for like the last one, like Dentist Disaster, the transitional moment is like when he goes into the dentist office and he can no longer chew gum. And it's like now he's in his vulnerable state, right? And then he's finally back again in his good state when he goes to chew it afterwards, and then he fucks himself when he chews his tongue off.
Kind of epiphany. In my story, it was my character deciding to participate in a chess tournament for the very first time. She was out of her comfort zone, she didn't know what was going to happen, but she decided to try. The sixth step is to add a world event. For the reader, you want to connect the world to the story in some way.
Yep.
Imagine being a reader and stepping into a short story where they have no reference points. They don't know what's going on. Perhaps they don't even know you as an author. It makes it much easier to trust you as an author if they can step in and immediately see a famous figure they know, or a historical event that they're familiar with. For example, if a story takes place at a Thanksgiving dinner, the reader automatically has a connection to that story. They've been like, oh, I've been to a Thanksgiving dinner. They have emotion.
That was kind of the idea behind Dentist Disaster, and I can't exactly remember to pronounce his name, but it was like Tsukumi or something like that. VTuber, he read the story and he was literally getting like PTSD because the character threw up while getting x-rays, because you got to put the fucking plastic things in your mouth. I don't know if they like still do that. I haven't had an jaw x-ray in like 7 years, but I'm assuming they still like put the things in your mouth and then, you know, they put the machines to the side, snap the picture, but it's like the things have to be like so far back that they like press into your throat. So he throws up because of it, And the guy was like, oh, I'm getting PTSD because that literally happened to me, except with fluoride. And I was like, we were originally going to use fluoride, but I was like, the fluoride is the recovery moment, and like the oh, I've gained. Now we've gone from, oh, this made us throw up, to we've fortified ourselves, and it's like showing, hey, maybe I don't need the gum in order to be a hero. Like he says, your powers don't make you a hero, your actions do. So it's very, like, potent with that, right? So we definitely are good at doing stuff like that.
About it, and so
or, like, even with, like, cryogen, it's trucking. Trucking is extremely relatable. Even though it's in space in the future, it still has the essence of trucking to it, right? So it's like, yes, I do this with pretty much every single story.
It's their way into the story. And what's even better is when it comes time to market this short story or market the short story collection, you will have a touch point that you can use for marketing because it's something that readers can latch onto really quickly. For example, the short story collection by Hilary Mantel, The Assassination of Margaret Thatcher, gave a way for readers to immediately connect with that story collection. It's also an element of...
Well, that's kind of mine, because it's like, so it's based on Chicken Soup for the Teenage Soul, but it's like dark, fucked up, twisted, moral, trolley problems on a more adult level. And it's like fish and chips for like a matured soul, or something like that. And it's basically like the idea that you can pull your own parables and your own morals out of the story, because there's so many different angles you can look at them and say, oh, this relates to me, right? And I want the ability for multiple people to read the same short story and have completely different reactions to it, right? It's like, if I can get that, then I feel confident in how I'm presenting my idea. Because like I said, I'm an idea writer and reader. I don't necessarily care about how you do it, but do you get your idea across to me? And is your idea worthy of my attention? Those are really the only two things I'm looking for in, like, the content that I absorb, let's say. Whether it be movies, reading, writing, streams, anything, right? My own ideas.
Veracity, right? The reader feels like this story is true because there are real world events and real world people that are inhabiting it. It's just one more thing that convinces the reader what they're reading feels true. Now, I don't mean merely to name drop a famous person. I don't think that was what Nelson was going for.
Yeah.
It has to be pretty central to the story in some way. For my story, there was cheating at the chess tournament, which I feel like tapped into a trending moment.
That's absolutely
because there's been
perfect.
lots of stories of chess cheaters in the last year or two. And yes, news stories.
If you didn't know, who was the guy who cheated at the $100,000 chess tournament, like, just last week? Dr. Lupo. After cheating in the PogChamps chess tournament, Dr. Lupo was offered to pay for their entire next event and to donate the $100,000 to a chess charity. He should also be banned from participating in any tournament, in my opinion. That seems like a cop-out to do that. He's like, oh, guys, don't worry, I cheated, but... That's a total PR move.
Or current world events or something is always a great thing to include in your...
Oh, like our story here with Reverse 9/11. It's like, we're taking an idea, and we're kind of completely morphing it and throwing it on its head, and reinterpreting it into an entirely new idea, right? And not to degrade the fact of, like, terrorism and 9/11 itself. It is a parody on it's commentary in a parody on the way that the news presents events. That's what the core of the story is, right? It's just done in an extreme mirrored way, which is why I call it the most controversial story I've ever written.
your story. The seventh step is to add binary forces. This is just basically a fancy way to say create opposition or opposites inside your short story. Now, I think the best way to do this is to make characters who are opposites. It's not the only way, but it's the way I would start with. Consider an uneducated person against an uneducated person, like in Good Country People by Flannery O'Connor. In that story, you have a one-legged PhD who gets duped by an uneducated Bible salesman. Or consider innocent versus experienced. In Joyce Carol Oates' Where Are You Going, Where Have You Been?, you have this very youthful, very inexperienced 15-year-old Connie, and against her, in opposition, you have this very experienced, predatory 30-year-old man called Arnold Friend. You could have oppositions like closed mind versus open-minded. In Cathedral by Raymond Carver, you have one character who is very bigoted and very closed-minded and who resents the blind friend of his wife who is coming to town. But the blind man who comes to town is very open-minded. He's very insightful. He's very confident. A complete contrast. Or you could set up oppositions like winner versus loser. I don't know if you remember reading this in high school, but The Most Dangerous Game, about a man hunting another man on an island for sport. It's a classic. But there we have the
yeah, I read that
of
in high
hunter
school.
versus prey, and we want to keep reading to see whether those roles will be reversed at any point. So when you have binary forces in your story and when you're creating opposites, you are creating tension because those characters are gonna butt heads. And the more opposed your characters are, the more chances you have to put them into sharp conflict with each other. That means your job as a writer is to stretch them further apart from each other, to exaggerate their differences, because that space will allow you lots of narrative room to play and have fun and create a little messy conflict. All right, we're almost finished here. 2 more steps. The 8th step is Freytag's pyramid. So a lot of Nelson's advice so far has been focusing on certain portions of the story. Now we're going to look at the story as a whole and think, how do we shape this story? What happens sequentially in a plot? And so Freytag's pyramid is one option you have for how to structure.
This is how we structure all of our stories. Intro, rising, action, climax, falling action, conclusion. That is the basis for every plot. Idea, plot, location, time, characters, scenes, or event, starts it off, and then scene structure, and then intro, rising action, climax, falling action, conclusion. And that's how we summarize the story, and then we pull from all of these pieces in order to create a full narrative. And now what we're doing is we're doing an event order where we take what are the elements of each of the scenes and how do they play into each of the other scenes. So this is a new level up, I guess, that we've gained over the last 2 days. Because now we're ordering the events in the story not in chronological order, but in a very unsequential, almost a misdemeanored way. I.e. the way that is best for emotional impact in the story, not what actually happens in order in reality. But, like I said, in order to break rules, you need to understand rules. So that's what we're doing. We are understanding.
A storyline. You start with an exposition, which is basically the introduction. You have some sort of rising action, then a climactic moment, the point of no return, then you have falling action, and then the denouement at the end, which is basically French for the ending. Now, Freytag's pyramid is the structure of a tragedy, so it might be that your climax comes 90% of the way through the story rather than right in the middle of the story, so you can obviously change this pyramid as necessary. Another
it fluctuates how it goes, right? But we just use them.
Move through a series of plot turns and pinches. Remember, pitch points are outside events that force your character to take action, while plot events.
Okay, let's go. We haven't used this. So what's this? Hold on, let's go back and listen to that again.
Rather than right tragedy at the end, which is basically French for the ending. Now, Freytag's pyramid is the structure of a tragedy, so it might be that your climax comes 90% of the way through the story rather than right in the middle of the story. So you can obviously change this pyramid as necessary. Another good structure to look at is the 7-point plot.
7-point plot structure. Hook, plot turn, 1, pinch, 1, midpoint, pinch 2, plot turn 2, resolution. Using as many angles as you can to narrow down and facilitate an outline and structure. So I don't think like, oh, this one's better than that one. I think the more that you find and the more that you use, the tighter the story is, because you're cutting off those little tiny bits and you're refining it and glazing it and molding it into what you need, right? So I think having more things to look at for structure is a good thing to have, not a bad thing.
Plot structure. For that, you start with a hook and then you move through a series of plot turns and pinches. Remember, pinch points are outside events that force your character to take action, while plot events are things that your character does to move the story forward. And I like the way that this one escalates all the way up to plot turn 2, climax, and then resolution. But I will say that a lot of very famous short stories don't follow neat structures like this. Think of John Updike's A&P. It's about a boy working in a convenience store and he watches these girls come in who are extremely beautiful, and there's not exactly rising arc and climax, and I don't know, it's a different type of storyline. It's more of like a snapshot moment than a traditional arc. So I would consider using
I have a lot of short stories like that that are just like jump in, jump out.
Have to. You always have a lot of latitude to change them as necessary to fit the type
short
of story
stories give you a lot of leeway to writing
style
as well.
With my chess story, it does follow the general rising action to a climax of a cheater exposed at a chess tournament and what happens to that character, and then the ending. So a lot of times you do end up following that because it's a great structure to get emotions out of the reader. And here is the very final step, and it's honestly my favorite one: experiment. In other words, try something crazy. What I like about this is the previous 8 steps were like pretty definite. Hey, like do.
Like, I'd say probably my most experimental story is the one I can't find, which I swear to God I wrote it, but I can't find it. The one about the puddle. The entire story is a metaphor of like a puddle freezing and melting, and the contrast between that and like building a lifelong friendship, and like the struggles and scars of the friendship that basically build it up to the point where nothing can tear it down. And those are friends you can not see for 10 years, and then you see them and you're like, fuck you, what's up, buddy guy, how's it going, been forever, what are you up to? Right?
Do this, do this, do this. I mean, there's room to be creative, but in general, it was very prescriptive. While experiment basically says, hey, throw out everything I just told you and try something different. So let me give you some examples of how I've seen experiments go really well in short stories. 1, try a hermit crab fiction. These are stories that slip into the shape of another form of writing, like a hermit crab moving to a new shell. You can write a story like a recipe, or board game rules, or a crossword puzzle, or a Craigslist post, or a PowerPoint presentation. Jennifer Egan actually does this in A Visit to the Goon Squad. You can write it as instructions or advice from a parent, like Jamaica Kincaid does this in Girl. A second option, other than hermit crabs, is metafiction. Break the fourth wall and talk directly to the reader, or give a character your exact name, or point out the implausibility of a coincidence in your story. A third option, make your narrator unreliable. How are they going to lie? How are they going to slant the truth? To what extent are they unreliable? Like wildly unreliable, or just, fibbing little here and there? A fourth way you can experiment, try writing within specific restraints. Like don't use any words that are longer than 2 syllables. Or pick 2 objects like a splinter and a dinner bell, and then somehow find a way to include those in the story. Now, I have to say, for my story, I didn't experiment in any formal or technical way. But I still think this is a great step in the short story writing process, because it opens up your mind to all sorts of possibilities for what you can do with a short story. I cannot wait to see all the short stories that you guys create based on this advice. Good luck writing, and don't forget to subscribe and like.
True.
Hey guys, it's Ellen Brock, novel edit.
All right. We got through it, guys. It only took us... Well, I mean, that was only like an hour react. All right. Wait, we need this so we can get... wait, we finished Tainted Gum. We can put that in there. Nepotism unleashed. 15-minute video in an hour is almost a speed run in this stream. True, Beezus. Because these are more about, like, well, I guess I'm trying to do more editing ones for editing, not necessarily writing, because we're trying to increase our editing skills. But we've only found a couple of them that have to do with editing, and I really haven't had time to go through and find like more channels that do editing, because I think we've done all the editing ones that have for this channel basically, because I can't find any more. I'm here but going to be AFK helping my wife getting into bed. All right, Sean, does that mean are you here, Joku? Because if Sean is going to be AFK, then we can read your story first. But I want to make sure you're here first, because I don't want to read it if you're not here. Unless you want me to read it if you're not here. I should have asked you if you wanted me to read it if I'm here, if you just wanted feedback later on. Oh. Okay, well, we can put that in the back burner for now. And we can figure this out while we wait for Sean. So we didn't really know what to do. Finally finished book 1 of my story. I honestly don't even know what to do with my life now. Wow, Beezus, nice. Sit back, smoke a joint, have some fun, drink a beer, relax, and then go back to the drawing board. Whole new process. Take everything you learned and apply it to the next book. Compound that shit. Escalate to the moon. I'm trying to figure out where the hell it is. Should be 2-1, right? Okay, so there's like... And how does Daniel enter? I'm trying to like imagine where they are in the scene, right? So they're in their own specific spot. Only entrance by one place, right? So it's like he has to come in. But if there's already a radio, why doesn't he just radio them? Well, I guess actually he has to physically see them, right? That would make sense. You'd want your head of security to come in and physically see you. To know that everything's good when he's doing his rounds, because that's fucking his job, right? Maybe he, like, you know, brings in 2 more guards or something like that. Like, there's guards stationed at the door. And it's like, this is kind of where it's like, we're starting to escalate the stakes of understanding of, like, how important these people in this room are. Callie, welcome. How's it going? So... I don't know about this, but I kind of want to downplay the situation with this. Hungry for junk food. You know what I realized, Callie? I didn't eat today. Like, the ribs that I ate last night on stream were the last thing that I ate. I'm just thinking about that now, that you said hungry. And I'm like, am I hungry? I'm like, why am I not hungry? I haven't eaten in like almost 24 hours. I guess I didn't do anything today. I just like... I basically slept while I was like rendering videos to get them uploaded onto YouTube, which I didn't even upload them onto YouTube. I literally just finished getting them rendered by the time I had to start the stream. I don't know what to eat. I forgot to buy steak. So I was like, fuck, there's no food. I could have shitty pizza. Maybe I could have chicken wings? I mean, there's cordon bleu. I don't know. I'm just not really hungry. I don't know. Roast in their shenanigans. I'ma air fry something. See, Callie, I would love to go air fry some potato wedges and make like some poutine, but I'm just lazy as fuck. Okay, I'm going to introduce her as Lisa here. So another thing we have to do is... Actually, I'm just gonna... Where is it? Something about the wine. Oh, right, we already have a name. Never mind. It's gonna be Melanie. Not Lisa. And we all know who Melanie is. So this scene makes a lot more sense when you know who she is. Even though I have absolutely no idea about any way that she acts in public. I just know, like, you know, and this is complete parody, so I'm not, you know, that's why we're not using the actual names. 'Cause we're not, this isn't a accusation or interpretation of actual behavior. This is simply a parody. Back to my desk with chips and homemade green tomato salsa. Damn, Sean, that sounds good. Maybe I should make nachos. You guys are talking about food now. Now I'm fucking hungry. God damn it. You ruined everything. Okay, we are ready, Sean. Make a nacho pizza. You mean a taco pizza? I used to do that with the frozen pizzas. I'd take ground hamburger and I'd put hamburger on top of it and then cover it in cheese and make it like a, and then put like onions and green onions on it and like maybe tomatoes, like diced tomatoes, and cover it in cheese and call it hamburger pizza, cheeseburger pizza. That shit was good. Alright, let's take a toke before we start this, Sean. Alright, here we go. First order of business was for Marta to start cooking a large soup. Many of the humans we rescued hadn't been fed nearly enough, and for that matter, the lizard woman hadn't been fed properly either. Once she and the healthier women had started on that, lizards and humans alike, I led the rest of the lizards to where I thought would suffice for their nursery or hatchery or hatching grounds. It's hard to decide which term is apt. This is perfect for the eggs, but where will the sanctum be? No, a nacho pizza. One of those par-cooked crusts from the store. Use no bean chili sauce as the base. Shredded cheese. Your fave cooked nacho toppings. Bake for 10 minutes. Your favorite cold nacho toppings. Drizzle heated nacho sauce. Add sour cream. Pico or guac. If you like. And crushed corn chips. Alright, well that's interesting. Definitely interesting there, Sean. I looked at her, somewhat stunned. There will be no sanctum. You aren't property. You are people. You have the exact same rights as any other. You will have rooms. If you prefer to have others with you, you can share rooms. I'd suggest choosing rooms in the north side of the castle, as it will receive the most sun throughout the day, regardless of season. Their slit pupil eyes grew wide at this notion. Majesty, I think this will be an adjustment for them. They've always been property up till now. I'll tend to helping them settle in. Jenna took charge of the lizard woman and led them away to pick rooms. Meanwhile, I looked at the human crowd that still ambled around, looking nervous. That was the cover art for cat version. Wait. The nacho pizza was the cover for cat version? How can we trust this? That's crazy. That? I mean, damn, man. Hell yeah. That's what she all about, bro. This shit looks delicious. How can we trust this woman to protect us? Said a grisly-looking man. She looks as weak as a twig. Surely I'd be better to lead us than her. I strode forward, picked him up bodily, and tossed him lightly, for me, into the air. The man soared upwards for roughly half the height of the castle tower, then began to fall back down, screaming the whole while. I moved a few paces to ensure I could catch him safely. He lay there in my arms, panting and whimpering. You know what that reminds me of? The scene from Hancock, when he chucks the kid into the sky. So fucking good. I trust that will be the last thought of that sort you ever have. Treason will not be tolerated. The man, once released onto the ground, groveled at my feet. He knew that his life was mine to take. I then smiled at the rest. Had my ancient ancestor not been deathly ill at the time of the lizard uprising, there is no way she would have fallen. Her daughter was too young at the time to carry the power of the crown, and the very land itself. It is the land that decided that the women of my bloodline are the rulers of this land. It empowers us even without the royal combat attire. She was sent away to grow stronger, and I can only imagine she had been traumatized by the sights she saw before she managed her escape. I know not what happened between then and my own arrival in this land, but even knowing nothing, and being naked, I was already stronger than any pathetic filth that oppressed my people, for I have no clue how long. The laws of the past no longer exist. We will forge new laws, but only I can rule. The land will permit no other. I love Hancock so much, especially Super Ahem Little Man. The rest of the people now looked much more confident. My display of power was something concrete they could understand, and I hadn't killed the man this time. I helped them in finding rooms for themselves, and though we were few in number, it felt much more homely now. The soup was portioned out in small amounts at my insistence. This isn't me being cruel, Marta. I don't want them throwing up by trying to eat too much at once. Let them have as many refills as they want, but only small scoops per trip. Pace their eating so they will know when they are actually full, instead of eating too much and throwing it all back up. They'd lose more energy than they'd gain. Marta nodded and looked sullen. Maybe I'm not streaming today. Wait, I thought you were already streaming, Muffin. You're not streaming today, bud. I mean, you don't know how to stream every day. I just stream every day because there's nothing else to do. I suppose you're right, my queen. It just doesn't feel that way. I know they're all hungry, and were before they walked all the way here. Besides, Lysra was good to me and even helped me escape with Tessa. I gave her a hot side hug. I had a shower. Ah. Looking down across the room, I noticed Tessa sitting by one particular lizard woman. Would that be Lysra? Lysra. I pointed to where Tessa was sitting and Marta smiled warmly. Yes, that's her. Tessa adores her. She told me you found her with the headman. She was surprised you didn't kill her too, but very grateful. Thank you, my queen, for sparing her. I shook my head. I don't kill innocents. The females of the lizard folk are innocent victims. I freed them along with our own people. Now they are our people. Their hatchlings will be raised to respect others, and especially their mothers. Marta smiled at me, returning the side hug. I excused myself to join Tessa and Lysra. We meet again, and I see little Tessa clinging to her friend. Lysra looked a little tense, no doubt, thinking I wouldn't approve of Tessa's affections. I leaned in and gave Lysra a tight hug. Welcome home. Slit pupils, wide in shock, Lysra soon returned the embrace. Just curious, but how do you feed your newly hatched? Startled, she soon laughed. Believe it or not, we are mammals too. Our bodies know when an egg should hatch. It's actually more of a problem if the egg doesn't hatch, as our milk will still start flowing regardless of the fact our egg hasn't hatched. Unless there is another hatchling to feed, it can be quite painful. I marveled at the fact for a moment. Egg-laying mammals. The thought hadn't crossed my mind. I mean, it's 6:30 right now. I go to bed at around 8. Maybe I can just do a bit of chess stream while I do this Lego. Why not? True, Muffin. Even an hour stream, it's still a stream, right? You don't have to go for a long period of time. Even like 45 minutes. Just put on a show. Which your chess is definitely doing. Would you prefer staying nude, or maybe some sort of cloth coverings would be in order? We humans are in endothermic. Huh. Wonder where I learned that word. Anyway, we make our own body heat, but we are more sensitive to the cold in some ways. We can keep moving just as fast as always, but at a certain point it becomes fatal. We don't make our own body heat. Your choice of rooms was perfect for us. Thank you, my queen, for your consideration. True, Eddie! That's what it's all about, brother. I suppose I'll move to the royal bedchambers. I don't really want to yet, but the room I put you in was the one I had chosen before, so I guess now is a good time as any to move. Lysra shook her head violently. No, please, I chose that room because I knew it was yours. I wish to be by your side, to share your bed, even when you are mated. I understand if you cannot return my affections, but my heart beats for you, and no other. If you are willing, I'd ask that you take pleasure with me, and allow me to pleasure you as well. Lysra seemed frantic to make me understand her feelings, and at least accept them from her, even if I couldn't accept her touch. You must understand that for my kind, we only mate once. It isn't a choice, either. When we find our mate, male or female, and apparently lizard folk or human, we are bound at a deep level. The males didn't want to risk mating with us, as it would give us power over them. The headman of every settlement could tell which males would be mated to which females. He paired people who wouldn't mate, so they could keep us contained. If I can't stay by your side, I will die. That's not me being melodramatic either. It's how my kind are. I was yours the moment we met. It's part of why I was so shocked I never knew we could be mates with a human. My eyes had popped open, but when she finished talking, I found myself kissing her passionately. I vowed in my heart that whoever my husband would be, he would be husband to my wife as well. Nice! Get some lizard love going. Hell yeah. That's what it's all about. We don't discriminate. We just mate. Right? Trisexual at its best. Try anything sexual. True, Sean. Love it. Again, Joku, are you in here? It is, we're at the reading point in time, so if you're in here, let me know, and we can read your story. Because I don't want to read your story without you being here, unless you don't care, but I didn't ask you if you cared or not, so, yeah. It is what it is. So I know you want me to react to it, but I prefer the person's here, or at least knows that I'm gonna read it. Zucchini pancakes are the best. Never had that, Callie. It sounds really good, though. Looking at my book now makes me feel like I'm watching my kid grow up to be a drug dealer. I'm not even sure where I went wrong with it. Do you want me to read it, Beezus? I prefer Raffles. That's Fraffles. That's French toast made in the waffle iron, so it has the pattern for the syrup. See, what I do, Sean, is we have a waffle maker. So I make the waffles, then I French toast the waffles. So you make them super light at first and fluffy, and then you dip them in the egg mixture, and then you French toast them and crisp them. French toast waffles. Fucking amazing. Then you get cut up like, I'm allergic to strawberries. Waff toast. I guess so. Froth toast. I like froffles though. Now, I'm not sure if this should be before takeoff or immediately after takeoff. Okay, I just came up with an idea. So, this point in time where Daniel leaves his station to come here is the point in time where they're taking off. So he's coming to tell them they're taking off, and he's doing one final inspection of the ship once they've taken off. And during that time, Tanner bribes the other guards in order to get on the ship. Because he's like buddy-buddy with them. So maybe we'll have to add a scene with like the two other guards or something who were stationed at the front of the ship. And, you know, show that they're like super buddy-buddy with Tanner. I don't know if I'm going to say this, but something like that. I don't know if we'll keep that or not, but that's the general idea. So we give kind of an idea that we're going to Dubai, because that's where the towers are, and we're going there for some reason. Alright, I've worked up the courage. Are you going to share it, Beezus? Are you going to share it? I would love to read your work, bro. You know, in the Henshin warrior type stories shows how the heroes aren't allowed to reveal their identities to their friends or family. That always bugs me when the only reason for that rule is the thought of enemies learning who to target as a hostage, yet the enemies already know who they are. Like Power Rangers or Sailor Moon, really any of them. Yeah, it usually starts out that way, and then it doesn't end that way, right? Like, it's like they have a secret identity, but then the secret identity gets spilled, and then it's like, oh, well, you don't need the secret identity anymore. Or it's like with Sailor Moon, where it's so close to the original that it's like, how do you not know that's her? Like, you have to be pretty dumb, right? Thinking what else should this exchange be? I prefer them to be forced to transform in front of their loved ones in order to protect them anyway. That is a good way to go, Sean. I definitely kind of agree with that. Or it's like kind of overdone the way that the character's identity has been spilled, right? Like, even have like a coincidence that they're just like, their family member is just like happens, you know, something happens to them while they're out shopping with their family, and then in order to protect everyone, they have to transform, right? And it's like, oh shit. And have that as like a season finale or something, and it adds like an extra element and layer to whatever the event that's happening, right? Because usually at a season finale, there's like some sort of like big reveal, or the enemy's plan is being enacted, or something like that, right? Some sort of new thing is being introduced. Power Rangers in Space is a good one. They do their final morph in front of everyone, but original Power Rangers, Rita already knew all their identities from the start. I don't remember shit about Power Rangers. Never really watched it. I watched it because I was a horny teen when it was on air, and the girls got me going. Nice, Sean. That's what it's all about, man. Big booba, big win. Sex sells. True. Posted a specific act I'm worried about. Went too hard on experiments, and I want to know if I leaned too hard into the formatting meta commentary before I send it to an editor. Alright then, let's see what it's all about. Beezus. Girl can kick butt and had a brain were awesome to me. It's in script format for a Life is a Play theme I made as my story's main concept. Yeah, no worries. Alright. Here we go, guys. Act 8. That's pronounced Blanche, right? Just let me know if I pronounce anything wrong. Monday, August 4th, 1980, living room, night. Drunk man slurring. You know, you're real. Okay, it's been a while since I've done this. You know, you're really a smile more Girl like you always looks better with a pretty smile on her face. Yo, I'm back. What's going on? Joku, welcome back. So, we are reading Beezus' work. Do you want us to read your work after that? My book is out now. I know I said it was published, but it just went live. Oh, congratulations, Callie! I've got a jar of candied jalapenos, and I'm terrified to open them. I'm not overly into spicy like burning coals. True. And a man like you looks better from behind. How about you give me a spin so I can see your best angle? The man looks around confused for a moment before nodding his head. Slowly he spins in a circle, causing a few spectators to start chuckling at the odd situation. Drunk man turning around. How about we... Don't turn around. I said I wanted to see your best angle. Remember? Let's not ruin the illusion yet. Drunk man confused. But how am I supposed to talk to you then? Well, a man like you should be more incapable of finding a way. I've heard that the size of a man's brain is directly tied to the amount of drool on his chest at any given point. And right now you look like the smartest man I've ever seen. The rest of the room erupts into laughter. Drunk man slowly. Wait, what are you? Confident man. Alright, I'm cutting you off for the night, Calvin. I'm a grown man, Marcus. You can't cut me off. Plus, I've only had like 2 beers. Marcus. 2 beers too many, maybe. You may not realize this, but the woman you're harassing right now is the same one that writes your checks. Who cares? She's not my boss right now. She's a woman, and I'm more than man enough to make her realize that. Marcus. If you're really determined to burn that bridge, I won't stop you, but I don't think it's a great idea, especially with your wife right in front of you. Calvin freezes instantly, almost sobering up as he stares towards the other side of the room. Across from him sits a woman, patiently waiting for him to notice her. Her lips are tight as she stares at him with an unreadable expression. Calvin stammering. Deborah, you were here? I thought you were... I was talking to you, I swear! Woman sighs, rolling her eyes at his poorly crafted excuse. Well, which is it then, Calvin? Did you think I wasn't here, or that it was me you were talking to? No, how much did you hear? She walks over, grabbing him by the shoulder. Of what you said, barely anything. You probably only managed to get out 3 actual words the whole time, but don't worry, I made sure to remember all 3 of them, so we'd have something to talk about at home. Deborah starts dragging her husband towards the door as she stumbles, both in word and his step. He stumbles, both in word and his step. That's for the invite, Marcus, but it's time for me... Is she supposed to say thanks? Thanks for the invite, Marcus, but it's time for me to take this slob home. Just remember to be fair next time. If he gets to drool over a pretty boss of yours, then I want you to invite a man so I can do the same. Deborah, please. Deborah slams the door behind them. Muffled shouting picks up from the other side of the door as they make their way towards their car. Marcus quickly turns to the woman with a nervous smile on his face. Sorry about all that, Miss Blanche. If I even thought he'd work up the courage to do that, I'd never have invited him. Don't worry about it. A party where alcohol is involved is bound to have a few fools running around it. And you dealt with it well. I'm just surprised. I don't think I've ever seen you that vicious in my life before. It's almost like you were a different person for a bit. Guess the drinks are getting to me then. Even if I'm not immune to a party's charm, it seems. Even I'm not immune to a party's charm, it seems. Blanche turns her attention to a young boy, sitting silently in the corner of the room, his knees pulled up to his chest, as he tries his best to blend into the shadows surrounding him. I've seen that boy out here the last few times you've hosted this party, and yet I've never heard him once. Always sitting alone in the corner. I'm interested in why a young boy like that's even at a party like this. That's my boy, Alex. He's not too big on making friends, so I thought I'd let him see what he's missing out on, but having fun over there. You having fun over there, boy? Boy doesn't respond, not even bothering to look up. Seems like he doesn't want to talk. Seems like my boy doesn't want to do anything, but he's still my pride and joy. I mean, what father wouldn't be proud to show off a son that hides away in corners, frozen like a damn statue? He emphasizes the last few words, yelling them loudly to make sure the boy knows they're meant for him. A smaller, timid-looking woman walked up to Marcus, softly putting her hand on his shoulder. He's probably just tired, honey. It's It's been a long night, and you didn't let him sleep. How about we just take it easy on him for tonight and let him go to bed? There you go again. You're always too damn easy on him. When I was his age, my father would have never let me look like that. Look like such a pansy. He would have torn me apart if I even looked that soft. Once, he even made me juggle knives to make sure I was ready to handle life's rough edges. I used to hate him for what he did, but now I'm starting to realize how much help it truly was. Timid, softly voice shaking. I understand, honey, but... Shouting, cutting her off. Enough, Caroline. That boy would be wrapped in blankets all his life if it was up to you. He needs to experience what real life is like before it's too late. Life's a beast, and the only way to live is to walk headfirst into it. Into its mouth. It's our job as parents to toughen him up, and I'm starting to realize I've failed as a father. The room falls silent. Softer. Maybe I am rough on that boy, but I only do it because I know what happens if I'm not. Life keeps knocking him down, but he's always had us to pick him back up afterwards. But what happens after that, Carol? When we're gone. This world's gone. This world's gonna chew up and spit out the pieces, and we won't be there to put them back together again. Marcus' fist clenches aside. He looks away from Carol, whose eyes are now full of sorrow. Behind him, Blanche stands up, making her way over to Marcus, before placing a hand on his shoulder. The room is silent. The energy from before is sucked out from Marcus's loud rant. Marcus's head shoots up, looking around the room as he realizes his mistake. The life of the party lies dead, strangled by the hands of its host. He looks around, desperate for a sign of anything that might ease the tension before a voice yells from across the room. Young boy's voice. Worry about yourself, old man. You talk about how I'm too soft for my own good, yet only one of us has had a prescription for Viagra. The roar of laughter returns as the party members look towards the boy. Alex stands up from his hiding spot, walking back into the light with a confident grin on his face. Marcus looks towards him, his face tight. I told you, boy, those weren't mine. I picked them up for a friend, but he hasn't picked them up yet. Don't worry, Dad, I believe you. I saw it was prescribed to a man named Marcus, but there's a million people with that name in the world. It's completely possible that not only is one of them friends with you, but that they also left a half-used bottle open on our counter. You know, that's not... Marcus stops himself. The room's alive again. Even his boss, Blanche, seems to be laughing for the first time tonight. Older man laughing. That boy's special. If you had his sense of humor, you'd be selling out every show, Marcus. My seats might never be filled, but they're never empty either. Your wife always makes sure I've got at least one front row seat filled at every show. The man laughs at his words. Older man. I don't blame her for that choice. You've aged like a fine wine, while I'm just an old man with a receding hairline. She can stare however much she wants, so long as she keeps her hands to herself. Speaking of that, Marcus walks over to the older man, dragging his wife along with him. Alex looks at the group before starting to walk back to his corner. A gentle hand taps him on the shoulder. He looks back to see his father's boss, Blanche, looking at him with a gentle, curious expression. Seems like you're the hero of the day, boy. You saved the party after your old man went ahead and ruined it. I didn't do it for him. A fun party is easier to deal with than a sad one. The quieter it is, the more people's eyes look around. Gives them a higher chance of bothering me. You're pretty clever for your age, aren't you? Coming up with a solution to a problem many your age couldn't identify. Blanche leans down towards Alex with a curious look in her eye. How would you like to follow in your father's footsteps? I'm curious how a boy like you will turn out. Shaking his head. I'm good. Dad's job sucks anyways. He's stuck standing on a stage yelling the same jokes someone else wrote over and over again. The difference between him succeeding and not is how much of a clown he wants to act like. Blanche leans in closer, making Alex uncomfortable. If you just wrote the jokes instead, then, he could always use a fresh hand on the writing staff. All I did was tell one joke, and now you're offering me a job. No, it's more than just that. I've been watching you for quite some time, Alex, and I've taken interest in you. You seem to be uncaring, yet you're always observing. You rarely speak, yet are more capable of it than people who never stop. You always tell jokes, and yet your eyes never laugh at their punchlines. Tell me, Alex, how does a boy of your age possess so many secrets? When you grow up in a comedy club, all you do is hear jokes all day. You learn which ones are funny and which ones aren't by the audience's reactions. But after spending half my life hearing joke after joke, I've forgotten what it was that really makes the jokes funny. It's like knowing the answer to an equation but not knowing how you got there. What a fascinating perspective, she says out loud to herself, dwelling on Alex's answer for a few seconds silently. Are you happy with your life, Alex? Do you feel like the story you've been written into is the wrong genre? What? I don't even know what you really mean by that, but I guess. I feel like I was always meant to be one of the cool guys in a horror flick, but right now I'm living in a comedy where I'm the punchline. Blanche yet again falls silent, her eyes studying Alex, causing him to shift nervously from foot to foot, waiting for her to let him go. But she never does. Finally, the thoughts in her head seem to slow down as she looks down at Alex, a new, foreign look in her eyes now. Your dad was right about life being tough, but he was wrong about one thing. You're not walking into the mouth of a beast, but into the center of a stage, where the audience is filled with your friends, loved ones, and anyone else who stuck around, waiting to watch the show unfold. Alex, slowly backing away, laughing nervously. I don't even know what you're trying to say, really. But even if you were right about life being a stage, I doubt anyone would pay for tickets to mine. Blanche ignores him, closing the gap between the two of them quickly before Alex can react. Clang. Something loud fell onto the floor, but no one in the room besides Alex seems to notice it. I've spent my whole life buried in books. I craved the excitement I read in them, but the thrill of a word carries far less than the actions it describes. I want to see them, I want to feel them, but that's not possible. Not yet, at least. Blanche grabs Alex by the chin before he can move any further, lifting it to force him to stare at her. She leans down, whispering in his ear. Clank. Alex winces again at the sharp sound. This scene, it almost makes me wish I had let it play out naturally instead of tainting it, to see from her eyes what she saw in you. But enough of that, Alex. I think it's time you woke up now. Woke up? What do you mean? Clang, clang, clang. Damn! That hits hard, dude! Hell yeah. Like, I think you set up the tension and everything beautifully in this scene. Like, her getting closer, him trying to run away. The dialogue is crisp. It's on point. Like, I don't know what to say about this. I don't know. What's your issue with it, Beezus? Like, what's your main concern with this? Is it just how it fits into the rest of the narrative? Or how it transfers from, like, the beginning part? And it's like, it's kind of like, you know, obscure, and then eventually it goes, like, straight into, like, Blanche. I kind of like that transition. How it, you know, it moves the scene along very well. So I'm not quite sure what your disgruntlement with this act is. I wasn't sure if she went crazy too early, honestly. No, that's not too crazy. She's interested, and it shows an aspect of, like, fanaticism when she's interested. It's like, she's not interested in many things, but when she's interested in something, she wants to absolutely dissect it. That is the feeling I get from it. Talks, could I invite you to my ARC team? What's ARC, Callie? And sure, I'm always happy to be invited to things. Oh, damn. All right. So this is Joku's piece. You guys ready for this? It's a short one, but I like it. And we got, actually, hold on, I'm dumb. We got a little piece afterwards. It's really bright. I don't know how to turn Google Docs into like dark mode, even though I have everything set to dark mode, and it just really hurts my eyes. You want to open it in OneNote instead then? I don't know what OneNote is. Oh, I probably uninstalled it. No idea. It says it's not installed on my PC. I just wish I knew how to get Google Docs to fucking turn into... Well, you won't be able to understand it if you get rid of the fonts and color. Missed one of my messages, by the way. Oh shit, sorry, Callie. It's an advanced reader copy thing where this website sends you the full manuscript of something and then you write a review and gets posted to Amazon. You'll just have to read the final chapter since you read it. Oh, advanced reader copy. Oh, okay, yeah, sorry, Callie. I'm doing 12 things at once here, my bad, sorry. Yeah, I'm down for that, Callie. Just Google how to change docs to dark mode. I already did that, I even asked Grok. In the app, tap the menu and choose dark as your theme. Use Google Docs in dark mode.
Mode on your desktop, PC or laptop. So this is the end result of the tutorial and I'll show you exactly what you need to do to get this. Sadly, Google Docs does not have a built-in dark mode setting.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, I'm gonna do a third-party program?
Use a browser plugin. Let me show you the plugin you can use to do this.
For fuck's
sake. The plugin is called Dark Mode Night Eye and is available for almost every browser as a plugin. In this video I'm using Google Chrome, but it's also available for Safari, Edge, Firefox, Opera and more. You can find the links to download this plugin in the video description below. So for Chrome, click Add to Chrome to install it. And then click on Add Extension. So it has now finished installing, and to access it you can click on the Extensions button here and then click here to open the plugin menu and click here to open the settings. So if you only want to use Night Eye in Google Docs, make sure to set the default mode to normal so it doesn't apply dark mode to every site. Now go to Google Docs, which is currently not in dark mode. But now you've got the plugin and you can set any site that you want to dark mode. To do so, click here and then click Night Eye, then select Dark to enable dark mode for the site you're currently viewing. And once you've done that, it will automatically refresh the page and reload it in dark mode. And that's it. You have now set the plugin to always load Google Docs in dark mode.
Why is it always a third-party fucking program? Why can't anything have this shit built in? Hey, well, you got us to solve an issue, Joku, that we have been neglecting for a very long time. So thank you for pushing me to do that. Oh my god, get rid of this! It's still gonna freak out. Can I close this in some way? Or does this thing have to be here? I hate these stupid fucking things. Because as soon as I scroll down, it goes white. Oh, Levi's roaching out! Oh shit! Okay guys, are you ready for this? This is Joku Killa's story. Afternoon, 13:45. Deep underground, a group of researchers get ready to conduct their final test. Their lab, equipped with the latest tech and a standby team of engineers to fix any problem with the machinery immediately. Their research required so much energy that their lab was fully powered by a separate nuclear reactor. All this funding only capable by the government of a large country. Their object of research, artificial black holes. They were beyond simple simulations. This final test would be the moment of truth for a lifetime's work. The limits of the theory and predictions would be tested. After all, theory will only get you so far. 1400. For a split second, they had succeeded. There it was, an artificial black hole, but they might have succeeded too well. Although the size of a coin, it was way bigger than the theory and simulations had predicted. Disaster. In theory, a black hole with the diameter of a standard coin would have slightly more mass than the Earth itself. It would exert a gravitational force quadrillions of times more than that of Earth. Although the artificial black hole had dissipated after just a split second, it would be an understatement to say that the effects were tremendous. Earthquakes, volcanoes, eruptions, tsunamis, even the moon itself removed from orbit and falling towards the Earth. It was all too sudden. Billions of casualties, trillions of dollars of property damage, unrecoverable infrastructure, and even the moon falling from the sky to eventually end the world. 14 hours, 13 minutes, 8 seconds. Awakening. Something dormant has been disturbed. The world is back to 1400. This time, no one present to conduct the experiment. The lab is empty. No damages. The infrastructure is working in pristine condition, but not a living soul is seen in the lab. But the memory of everything that transpired is not gone. Everyone who survived is back where they were on 1400, with not so much as a scratch on them. It's almost as if the entire world went back in time exactly 13 minutes and 8 seconds. But something is missing. A huge part of the world is. Everyone who was killed during the 13 minutes is gone with not so much as a trace. Their existence is only marked by the memory of those who remember them. 1405. On the ISS, the 7 astronauts are trying to compose themselves after what they have just witnessed in the last 13 minutes. Some are traumatized, some worry for their family. Commander is trying to contact HQ and a crew member says, "Hey, you gotta come look at this." Fearing the worst, the commander doesn't take the words of a veteran crew member lightly and rushes over in case something even more bizarre is happening. And what they both saw left their jaw dropped. The world was glitching. We live in a simulation! Everyone knows it! Boom! Solved! I mean, this one was pretty short, so I guess we can do another chapter, but usually we only do one chapter. But this is, like, really, really short, so I totally don't mind doing another chapter. Afternoon, 1300. 2 years prior to the world-altering incident. In the inner hall of an inauspicious tavern, there was a fully organized but definitely illegal fighting ring, complete with a betting round counter. From the outside, no one would assume that this tavern gets much business, but on the inside, there is quite a crowd for this afternoon fight. In one corner of the ring is a man named Hans Rochen that looks to be in his 30s, not really muscular, but not excessively fat either. A normal skinny man with even a few gray hairs and a worried look on his face. One can assume it's due to the matchup of the fight. In the other corner is a male that is 5'7", fairly muscular for his age, also skinny, not even in proper boxing attire. He is overly confident, so much that even his hands are in his pockets. But not to be mistaken, he is by no means defenseless. He has enough room for utilizing the full range of motion of his legs. To the expert eye, one can deduce that he is trained in the ITF variant of Taekwondo, which is much more dangerous than its WT counterpart. But that is not what makes Hans Rochen worried. What worries him is the age of his opponent. The teenager in the opposite corner doesn't look any older than 17. Hans even considers going easy on the kid, but that thought leaves his mind when the bell rings to indicate the start of the round. The kid leaps forward to the middle of the ring and performs a spinning back kick with perfect footwork, leaving no room for retaliation. What a lot of novice Taekwondo practitioners do is that they step their lead foot across the center line to facilitate the spin of the back kick. This telegraphs the move and leaves you open for a Muay Thai shin kick to the calf muscles of the leg. Alright, sounds good, Muffin. No worries, bro. Lurk away, good sir. To mitigate his vulnerability, that 17-year-old simply left the foot in its place, pointed the heel towards the opponent, and performed the kick in one seamless motion. The sheer shock factor of this move leaves Hans Rochen unable to defend and be knocked down. Hans unable to recover and get on his feet. In the following 7 seconds is declared the loser. The mysterious 17-year-old in casual clothing is declared the victor, hands tucked in his pockets. I mean, if all the chapters are like this, I guess we can read all of them. I mean, these are pretty short, right? So, I'm down to read all of them. Afternoon, 1300. On the day of the incident. As usual, there is an afternoon match being held in the inner halls of the tavern, but this time Hans Rochen isn't a competitor. He's a spectator cheering a particular boy he has grown to like in the past 2 years. I wish I was creative enough to format my stories this well. It just takes practice and understanding, bees. Like, if you go back and look at the shit I was doing like 4 months ago, 5 months ago in my writing, and you look at it now, it's completely different landscape. Leaning on the wall by the betting counter, Hans said, "You know, this place has changed quite a lot in just 2 years ever since he arrived." "I suppose it really has. I never thought that a day would come where we would have to change our business model from authentic fights to flashy performances. But don't get me wrong, Hans, it's not really a bad thing. After all, our audience loves this." A friendly voice from behind the counter replies, "Do you still remember his first match?" "How could I possibly forget? I still get reminded of it every time I try to lay down on my stomach each night. That back kick fractured 2 of my ribs, and I was hospitalized for 2 months. Well, I think it's about time I gave the signal." Meanwhile, the boy, who had grown to be 19 now, was dodging every punch and kick that came his way with ease to create a spectacle for the audience. But despite what the audience saw in his mind, he had grown bored from these fake matches. To entertain himself, he was trying to calculate each newton of force exerted from the punches of his opponent by using the angle, speed, and distance of them, along with standard air resistance, while ignoring humidity in the calculations. That's when he heard someone shout his name from the counter. Kyoen Kenodox. As a wee lad, I wrote a story formatted kind of like this for my Cambridge class admission exam. Nice. He looks over and sees the owner of the tavern giving him a signal. The other fighter also sees this, and they both nod at each other. As the final act to the end of the match, Kyoen performs a series of concussive moves along with his opponent. Firstly, the inward crescent kick. This move can be performed by raising the extended leg as high as possible, a bit across the center line of the body from the outside, then sweeping explosively inward in a circular arc movement, hitting the target on the side for impact. Having rehearsed this before the match, the opponent of Kyoen knew to use a simple Muay Thai parry to send the kick off course and leave Caius open for a counterattack, which is sure to be effective in defense as well as in exciting the spectators. Now, being left open for a quick jab, Kyoen intentionally does not duck to avoid it and lets himself be hit because the owner had shouted his name, meaning that there were more bets that Kyoen would win to make a profit. There was a mutual understanding between the fighters that whoever's name is called out should intentionally lose while maintaining authenticity and realism for the spectators. Change the name of the main character mid-writing. Ah, I see. Normally it was supposed to be a quick jab with not much power behind it, where Kyoen was supposed to act like he was knocked out, but this time he was actually knocked out. 13:30. In the private office of the tavern's owner. What the hell, man? You were supposed to act, not actually knock him out. I swear I didn't even hit him that hard. It was an accident, okay? What are we gonna do now? He hasn't woken up in the past 15 minutes. I'm calling an ambulance. Hey, stop, don't call an ambulance. You two, carry him to my car from the back door. I'll take him to the doctor and claim that he was just in a street fight. An ambulance is sure to shut us down. From the noise of their loud argument, Kyoen woke up as if he was just asleep and asked, "What time is it? How long have I been knocked out?" Oh, thank goodness you woke up. But I think they should like swear here or something, and you should say like, "Oh, thank fuck." I think that's a lot more emphasis because it's like they're a bunch of hooligans, right? So I don't think saying goodness hits very hard. But you shouldn't be too careless. You should go to the hospital right away and get yourself checked out. This is serious. I think like saying like, "Oh fuck, oh thank fuck Jesus." Woo! Okay, he's awake. We don't have to worry about this shit. I was panicking the fuck out, right? As one of the past few minutes makes it sound like waking up is a regular thing that should be expected at least every. Well, he's knocked out. If you're knocked out for like 15 minutes, I'd say yeah, probably like in a fight. If you're knocked out for like, normally someone's knocked out for like 1 to 3 minutes. 15 minutes is a fucking long time to be knocked out. That usually indicates some kind of brain damage or something like that. Something went wrong. But the specific wording? Oh, you mean the fact that he said thank goodness you woke up instead of thank God you're awake or thank God you're up or something like that. I don't know. I guess so. But I mean, it's still like, I see where you're coming from, Levi, but I didn't notice that. So from my perspective, I don't really know. But that's why it's good to have multiple people's perspective, because they notice different things, right? No, I'm feeling fine. I was going to go to the hospital today for another reason regardless. I can go on my own. I came to the tavern on my motorcycle today for that very reason. Like, he doesn't wake up every 15 minutes. It's been 15 minutes and he hasn't woken up yet. In the past 15 minutes is what I'm calling out. Oh, up here? He hasn't woken up in the past 15 minutes. I think this is like just because it's dialogue. Because it's dialogue, it just seems like it's a speech pattern. Because we know that he's knocked out. So I think that's just a speech pattern thing. But I could be wrong. I don't know. What do you think, Joku? Levi is calling out that the sentence is really weird and structured. Which I agree, but I think that's a part of the dialogue. Because it's specifically someone talking. But maybe talk to Levi for more insight on that. Yeah. So that, and since we don't know much about the story, we don't know how the character talks. So if it's intentional to the way that the character talks, then it's good. If it's not intentional to the way the character talks, it could be worked. I would have used holy shit, it's been more than 15 minutes and he's still out. See, Sean, that's another thing where it's like something like this. But I think the fact that he's not, like he's only kind of yelling and he hasn't sworn would make saying thank fuck here really powerful. But I think if he's swearing up here, it would take the power out of everything that he says here. So I think keeping his composure slightly, because he's like, he's not freaking out. He's like, we have a plan, right? We can do something. But he's not really like too freaking out, right? He's like, we can do something. But the commotion causes enough of an outroar, right? So it's like at that point, but I'd still say I'd want to take the kid to the fucking hospital. Don't let someone drive after having, they could have a concussion or something like that, right? Should I drive you to the hospital? Alright, boy, if you say so. If you ever need any help with the medical expenses, I can cover them for you. After all, you've made me a lot of money. Boss, aren't you forgetting something? Of course not. Your payment is in the envelope behind the counter. Pick it up on your way out. Be sure to count it. I included a 10% bonus. Kyoen checks the time before leaving the hospital. 13:40. 13:42. He took the overbridge at precisely 70 kilometers an hour. No need to go slower than the speed limit, and no need to break the law by going over it. When a truck moves fast, it pushes air aside, creating a pocket of low-pressure air behind it. If you follow closely behind, your vehicle faces less wind resistance, meaning you can go faster using the same or less power. He made full use of this for maximum efficiency. Whenever a gap opened up between vehicles on the overbridge, he slotted through. Throttle steady. The drivers didn't even glance up or notice him. When he reached the hospital, the security guard barely glanced up from his newspaper at Kyoen as Kyoen rolled in. Hey Kyoen, just park in your usual space. It's free right now. He backed the bike into the corner spot so that there would be no dings from careless drivers. Removed his helmet, ran a hand through his hair. The throbbing in his skull pulsed behind his left temple. That jab had been harder than agreed. Upon reaching the hospital lobby, the receptionist didn't wait for him to speak. Your mother's in room 214, same as last time. Doctor's doing final checks. You can head straight up. He checked the wall clock. 13:57. After reaching room 214 on the second floor, a nurse exited room 214, her smile rehearsed but not unkind. You can wait out here, doctor's finishing up. She'll be discharged right on schedule. He checks his watch. 13:59. Just one more minute and his mother will be discharged after 2.5 years, while sitting on the bench. He closed his eyes. A single emotion flooded his mind. Relief. 2.5 years prior. The rain had thickened by the time they left the birthday party for his younger sister. Kyoen's father was driving, which was unusual. Kyoen could count on one hand the times he'd seen his father behind the wheel of the family car. His mother and sister were sound asleep, exhausted from the celebration. The only sounds were the rhythmic pump of wipers and the hiss of tires on wet asphalt. Kyoen pressed his forehead to the window, watching highway lights smear past in the fog. His sister still had unopened gifts in her lap as she slept in the back seat next to him. Not even she knew the gifts would never be opened. It would have been a fulfilling and happy day, but nothing ever goes as planned. A truck, clearly speeding above the speed limit, passed by their car, which would have been completely fine had it not been raining that particular day. When its tires lost traction, it didn't spin out so much as unravel, trailers swinging like a pendulum. His father stomped the brake, the car skidded, hydroplaning straight into the truck's path. The impact was deafening, metal screaming as the truck dragged them sideways into the central reservation made up of double jersey barriers. Airbags exploded in his parents' faces, white dust filling the cabin. Silence. Kyoen's next memory was the distant wail of sirens. Important information is the length of time that he's been out, not that it's a break from the regularity of some event happening. I haven't had a drink in 3 days, for example, conveys the additional information that I drink somewhat regularly. Sean's proposal is probably exactly what you want. I would have used, holy shit, it's been more than 15 minutes and he's still out. I can agree with that. So there's your insight, Joku. Kyoen woke to the sterile glare of hospital lights. His sister sat beside him, her arms crossed over her chest. A few scratches marked her skin, no bandages, no casts. She was only asleep. A nurse noticed Kyoen stirring and called the doctor over. After examining the condition of Kyoen, he proclaimed to the nurse, "Everything seems fine. Both kids have miraculously survived without much harm. Ask them for their guardians so we can discuss the situation." The nurse answered hesitantly, "I already asked the girls. It seems they don't have any other family than their mother and father. And as you know the situation with the parents." The doctor paused and turned to Kyoen. "How old are you, boy? How can I tell you my age when I have no reference point for how much time has passed since the accident? Tell me the date first, doctor." It would be not quite whisper and not nearly panicked. I could see it, Sean. Don't you dare use that tone with me, boy. It's only been a few days. Nurse, just sort everything out with him. I have other patients to attend to. This rude brat seems fine enough. Then he leaves without even hearing the answer to his original question. Let's talk quietly. The doctor has made enough noise as it is. Your sister's been awake all night, waiting for you to wake up. It's best for you to her to sleep now. She hesitated, then straightened her clipboard. Now, regarding your financial situation. We all have good health insurance. My father gets both health and life insurance from his job. You can also contact the car's insurance and third-party insurer. You'll be paid. Sort it out with them. After a pause, he added, "Where's my father? I need to talk to him." The nurse's grip tightened on the clipboard. She didn't speak, didn't need to. The way her eyes flickered to the floor, just for a second, was an answer enough. Kyoen's hands curled into fists, yet no expression was visible on his face. "What about my mother? She's in room 214, next to yours, but she's in a much more critical condition. She didn't survive unharmed like you two. Currently, she's in a comatose state." Pause. The hum of the overhead lights filled the space between them. "How much does my sister know?" "As much as you." Kyoen exhaled sharply through his nose, then practical as ever. "Alright. Is the hospital in possession of my belongings, or is it in police custody?" Before the nurse could answer, her voice cut from the doorway, firm, bureaucratic. "I can answer that. I'm a child welfare officer assigned to your legal guardian by the court. Your father's colleagues at work have been informed of the situation. I've worked with your father before on cases like these for other children." He glanced at Kyoen's sister and continued, "Since your sister's asleep, it's best we talk elsewhere. Nurse, can you remove his IV for a bit?" The nurse nodded, sliding the needle from Kyoen's arm without a word. Will they walk to a suitable location?" "You know, the department made sure your family was taken to the most prestigious medical institute in this city. This hospital even has 2 luxurious lounge areas on every single floor. Follow me." After hearing this, Kyoen snarks by squinting his eyes as if that's the least that the department could do. He would not have settled for anything less. The officer didn't seem to notice, or chose not to. The lounge was empty, sterile. Kyoen sat across from the officer, his posture rigid, fingers steepled. "Firstly, since you're the legally appointed guardian due to my mother's condition, and you've worked with my father before, you must have already retrieved our belongings from police custody. Secondly, my father's insurance was government provided. Since the department's aware of the situation, it would not be far-fetched assumption to make that the payouts being processed and you're holding the funds, since my mother can't exactly manage them right now." Thank you for the alert, Callie. Oh, that's the end. It definitely evokes a... what do you call it? An interesting, like curiosity, right? Like extreme curiosity. It's like, wait, what? We're going all over the place, but I want to know what happened at the beginning. What caused this? Is this... How is this tying into the introduction? Right? Who are these people? I want to know more. Where's the rest? Right. By the way, it isn't complete, as you can tell. I have a lot more to write. Yeah. But what you have written definitely makes me want to read the rest of it, Joku. I am definitely interested. That's for sure. The hook at the beginning is like, oh my god. I have to finish this. I can't spell. There we go. What do you think of using fonts and color to denote who's talking? Is that going to be in the final product? Because it's interesting, right? It's a very unique idea. And it allows you to have a lot of dialogue and keep people in place, right? That's my biggest problem is it's okay when it's two people talking back to back because you can do the paragraph format where you separate each person and you just know that it's a response, so it's the next, and it just kind of flows. But it's like when you're adding in 3, 4, 5, 6 people or multiple people talking and going from different angles, I think that in order to allow the reader to keep track of those multiple conversations, instead of adding distractions from the dialogue, if the dialogue is meant to be paced a certain way, using the colors could be a very interesting way of doing that. Let's just say that. Well, yeah, you read it, right? That's the same format I'm gonna have for the final product. Yeah. Okay. I figured out how it works. I'll DM you the link to the ARC team. Alright, Callie, sounds good. I have not played Undertale, Joku, but I have watched multiple people play through it. So I've seen multiple endings and everything like that. Great fucking game. Sans is so fucking good. Great fucking character. Loved Undertale, but also it came out when I was just the right age for it. I got this idea for using different fonts for different characters from Undertale. Oh, nice, Joku. That's cool. I like that. The only issue with the colors is convincing a publisher to keep them. I'd still use identifiers such as name, dialogue, while having the colors to make it easy on digital. And if someone's like colorblind, right? You want them to have at least a reference point, right? It's always good to have backup things like that. That's what the different font is for. Each character has a different font. Yeah, we're just saying for like ease of access and stuff. Like, I don't think it would hurt to add who's talking or indicators. But I do like the idea. It just gives it more format, right? More function. I also suggest that you listen to your work with an auto reader as it reads the strangest things. Problem I have with auto readers is I haven't found one that's free that doesn't time out with like a limited amount of words. So I'm kind of given up on doing that. I used to do that a lot. But I was like, until like, but hey, apparently Grok is getting, like text to speech soon. Like Grok 4 is gonna have like text to speech. So I'm excited for that. Yeah, but you time out. Like you can only read a certain amount, and then it's like, oh, you have to pay. What I use, set voice to 0, and it's free. So it's like unlimited free, Sean? Nothing's unlimited free. It's usually like a limit every day. Like 2,500 words or something like that. When you first use it, it sets you to a premium voice. I've never ran out, and I listen to all the stories I
Just
can on it.
copy paste it into this chat and use TTS.
The problem with that, Levi, is you can only like put in a certain amount, and the TTS will only read a certain amount. So like if I took this and I went.
Understood, sir. I will go inform the pilot. Melanie put her arm around Daniel's arm. I can go with you and give my opinion. She winked. Daniel places his hand over hers. My lady, that would be most unnecessary. Thank you for the offer. She snickered and walked him to the door. Well, this is the least.
Yeah, that's where it cuts off. It only does a certain amount of words. And then you just have to continuously copy and paste it, and it's only like, this is like tiny section, right? So it's like, it's not very efficient. Oh, you don't need to specify it's Daniel's arm there. You could just say Daniel. I know. But I'm like, does she put her, like, she locks her arm, like, underneath his arm, right? So it's like a very specific way that she puts his arm. Like, she grabs onto his arm, right? So I wasn't quite sure how to word that to make that come across. Because I was wondering if I could just straight up, yeah, not have the second arm. Oh, the wrap around the arm thing with her hand flat on his? Yeah! Yeah, Sean. Like, you know, the kind of locking elbows kind of thing where you go like that. Her arm around Daniel's. that it's his arm is implied by the fact arms are the only thing being specified here. Narratron, true, buddy. That's what I was thinking, Levi, but I wasn't sure if, you know. Now, if it was around Daniel, that would be different. But it's Daniel's, and what would it be? It would be Daniel's arm, right? You know, a question. How long do you think I've been writing? I want you to guess. 6 months, Joku? I don't know. I'm only saying that because I assume this is a trick question. Since you asked me and I said 20 years. Sure, there's a name for that, but as to what it is or which country named it, I have no idea. Yeah. Same. Because I'd say I've really been writing for 6 months, but, you know, like I've written like 10 or 20 short stories in 10 years, and I've written like 50 short stories in 6 months. Yeah, you're right. It is a trick question. What you read was my first time writing. Nice, Joku. You want to read? Oh my god, I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to get into it. Wait. I don't think I have it. We're close to marching on Solitude, by the way. Also, it occurs to me I might be interrupting the execution. Promenade position. I just looked it up. Promenade position. I should have remembered that from my parents' square dancing. The fuck is going on? Man, Hotmail's fucked up, man. It keeps resetting which one I'm trying to log into. I'm like, can you fuck off and just go in? Thank you.
Itox and his constant trouble with hot males.
Yeah, I know, right? I can't get over them, and they can't get over me. It's great. Oh, wait. It might be in here. Oh, here it is. Okay, so this is the first thing that I ever wrote in high school. This is what my book was originally going to be. Book 1, The Magistrate, Chapter 1, Decisions. This darkness cannot be good, he said as he looked up from his workbench to stare at the spreading darkness in the sky. It's mid-spring. By this time of day, the sun should be high in the sky. This is extremely odd. He pondered this for a few moments before going back to his studies. It's most likely some magic being worked by one of the elders under classified missions, he said to himself as he quickly wrote down the rest of the script he was translating. He pulled back from his studies and stretched out his hands over his head as he stood up. But still, it is odd. He shook off these worries, for he had others, and reached for his book with one last glance out the window before opening the door and walking out. Good morning, Varius, said a passing acolyte, and bowed before scurrying on his way. Good morning, said Varius, not really paying attention. He walked for several minutes uninterrupted in his thoughts until he heard loud footsteps rushing in his direction. Naturally, he swayed to the side of the corridor and walked along the wall, letting the messenger pass. Sir Varius, an exhausted voice said in an urgent tone. For Sir Varius, the magistrate is calling all high scholars to his mansion at once. He has asked that word of this meeting not leak to the public. That is all, sir. I must be on my way. Good day. With that, he continued down the hall and out of earshot. Could this have to do with the darkness in the sky? He pondered once more, and then started to walk back to his room. The magistrate's mansion was a massive building surrounded by gardens and rivers. 2 spires wound up the sides of the building. Varius stepped onto the walkway and continued up the path to the porch. Praise Motai! Varius, how are you? Varius looked around in shock as he stood in the dimming light of dusk. Hello, Ume, he said in a surprising tone. What are you doing here? What's going on? I can explain that, Varius. A third voice came from the now open door of the mansion. Magistrate, Varius said, as he and Avillard looked up at the door. They bowed their heads in reverence. At ease, you two. This is not a formal event, and if you would please, follow me to the Chronicle Chamber. All will be revealed to you. The room was large. It had an audience chamber of seats where the members of the council would sit. There was a stage with a podium on it in the front of the room, 5 seats to the side. A large silver chair sat at the back. This was the magistrate's seat. The magistrate stood up and acknowledged the council. Ladies and gentlemen, he spoke in a dark tone that immediately took the tension of the whole room. I have called you all here today to announce our finding of the investigation of the darkness in the sky that appeared several days ago. Our scout mistress, Ume, will address you now. He set himself down in his seat and motioned for Ume to stand and take the podium. As you have all... She was quickly interrupted by the raising of one of the members of the council. What is the meaning of this? Why do you bring an outsider into one of our most secret meetings? We swore we would have nothing to do with the other worlds. Are you a traitor, magistrate? He bellowed, red-faced. Silence, roared the magistrate. The man sank into his seat and crossed his arms in annoyance. As I was saying, as you have all probably noticed, this darkness in the sky is no thing of nature. Your leader has asked of my assistance because I am from the world of nature herself. He asked me if I would investigate this strange happening. As none of you probably know, this darkness is not only covering your world, it is also covering mine, and the other 4. This event is not just of your concern, but of mine and every other person in our realm. As for the investigation itself, I have visited Decivar, and using their unique abilities, I was able to find the source of this darkness. Veil. The room suddenly burst into sound. Voices yelled out accusations and saying this was nothing but lies. Ume stomped her feet on the floor, fuming at the sound, trying to get the council's attention again. After several minutes, everyone was done with their interruption and sat back down. You may not think this is true because you do not trust those of another world. You only trust your own abilities. But let me tell you this. Just because you do not believe it is a threat does not make it any less of a threat. Keep those words in your minds as you rot away, your indecision killing your world. With that, she stepped off the podium and walked proudly out the door, slamming it behind her. Silence! Roared the magistrate once more. This is not the time to be arguing. You placed me as the head of your conclave because you thought I had the best skills of holding together your continually fragmented nation, our continually fragmented nation this world has become. And in doing so, gave me full jurisdiction over Nashim, full control of all military assets, and complete loyalty from my people. I swore an oath to protect this world from the threats it might encounter, and I sealed the gate to the other worlds and closed off our borders to any outsiders. I see now that that was not the right decision to make, so I have asked for the help of all the worlds in this endeavor. That is why I have done what I have done. The public must never learn of this. There would be mass panic among the lower ranks. Chaos would ensue. Now that you all know what is happening, I would like your feedback on this matter. Varius, please, your opinion. Huh? Varius looked up from the book he was studying. He had not been paying much attention to the conversation. Oh, yes, of course. He stood up and walked to the front of the podium. Fellow scholars, as the High Setavar of Nashim's Scholars Council and one of the 3 most intelligent in this room, it's my finding that we do the following. Open the gates to the other worlds and reopen the portal to Vale. The room was now extremely tense. I know you all think that Vale was completely cut off when we tried, and I emphasize the tried part, to destroy it. But that is not true. If we place the power source back, we will still have access to the Crystalline Temple. Varius could tell that every scholar except one disagreed with him, but none spoke out. I also believe that we should gather the 6 worlds together as a council, a meeting place of all the races, so that we can discuss matters like these to all the races of this realm. He raised his finger and silenced the approaching uproar. I also believe we should not have a single leader, but one from every world. That's all, Magistrate. I'll now take my leave of here. I have work I must do elsewhere. Contact me when you have reached a decision. Varius stepped from the podium and walked out the door, shutting it softly behind him. We have reached a decision, then? We have, Magistrate. It is with reluctance that we must follow the words of Varius and create this council he so vaguely described. Only by doing this can we ensure that whatever this darkness is, we will be able to fight it with the best of our ability, announced the Conclave. Very well, then. It shall be done. The Conclave bowed to the Magistrate as he walked down from the stage and out the door. This reminds me of Funeralopolis. Never heard of that. But yeah, that's what my story used to be. If you want to read the first chapter of my story, which is like super fucked up right now, but it's about 8,000 words. It's how many pages? Alright, let's see. Oh, it's 9,200 words. Never mind. "17 pages. Chapter 1 is 7. It's gonna be like 22 pages when it's done. It's fucking massive. Who knows what it's gonna be when it's done. I haven't touched it in a while though. Cause I'm like, it's not living up to the potential of the book. Not even fucking close. But that's okay. Funeralopolis is some indie horror game. I played the demo. I don't know if it's fully released or not. Ah, interesting. Well, it's good to know that something that I've written reminds you of something that is, you know. I'd say out there, as in like, you know, it's like a, it's like, what do you call it? In the public's view, you know? Because I'm not in the public's view by any means in any way. So it's like being compared to something that's in the public view is like, and I I want to, this is what I like to do in my writing, is I like to take things that that shouldn't be there and put them there. Because normally you would say, like, the fate she sealed in other men left them with a cold sweat. But I'm like, well, what about saying in other men lead him with a cold sweat? It doesn't always work, and I don't know if it works here, but, like, that's kind of... That's the whole point, Joku. Is to, every once in a while, throw something in that has improper or incorrect grammar, and usually it will be incorporated in some poetic measure that leaves grace within the sentence structure for it to be almost like dialogue, in a sense, because this is like his inner thoughts, right? So it's like some of this is a way, especially in a short story where you have a character that doesn't have very, like, the point of this character is to facilitate, that's called gambling. Well, it's like, that's like the main structure of how I present most of my writing. Like, that's stylistic choice to me, right? Is taking a word and completely replacing it with a totally different word that's never ever been used in that sense to kind of try to drive an idea and make people look at it from a perspective that may not have been looked at before. And this is like the leading him on. Right? Because you're betting on people making up poetic things about the grammar because you yourself don't have any poetic intention behind it. But but there is poetic intention behind it, Joku, and the poetic intention is the double meaning of the word lead. In this case, because it's like leading him on, because she's being very sexual towards them, right? So it's just a way, because, like, she kissed him on the cheek, right? She grabbed his hand. She's being very, very outwardly sexual towards him. And that's where the quote in his head comes from, and it's almost like, leads other men to their fates. Leads other men on. Leads other men, like, you know? So that's the emphasis. See, exactly, right? It's all about context and emphasis. And this isn't the final version of the sentence, but that's how I like to start it, right? And then it just gives a lot more meaning, I find, to it. And when we come back and edit it, we'll probably like mix these into like a single sentence that says everything, that uses this as its main as like the main topic. So the topic is basically leading you on sexually. And that's how I incorporate that, especially in times when it's clearly the inner thought of a character, because I think that is a good way to easily add depth to a character that is extremely shallow, and you're not really showing that character very much. So you're emphasizing that there's more underneath the surface that you're not seeing. And to me, that's like the idea of showing a faraway grand vista that you never visit, right? It shows you what the possibilities are without actually giving them to you. The way you said, and that's how I incorporate, reminds me of... But that's just a theory. A game theory. True, Joku. Not that that was intentional in any way, but I absolutely appreciate the reference. Hell yeah. Poor Matt Pat. mean, but hey, what are you gonna do? You fucking retire off of YouTube. Is that really something to get sad about? Settle down and have a family, you know? I think at the end of the day, that's pretty much everyone's goal, right? To be able to facilitate the ability to do that through an easily successful financial measure that leaves you with generational wealth. Well, after Matt Pat retired, the vids just don't feel the same anymore. I've stopped watching them. Yeah, it's to be expected because, like, I watched them because of him, right? So it's like, without him, then it's the ship of Theseus. It's not the same. And it's like, in my opinion, that's kind of like, for me, one of my favorite series of all time is Dune. But I hate the last 3 books because they're just not the same. You can tell, like, where the cutoff is, where Frank Herbert died. The entirety of everything just kind of shifts. It's so noticeable that it's not the same author. And I'm like, I've always wanted to do something like that in the way of, like, intentional. Like, almost swapping out the narrator halfway through kind of idea. Saying, yeah, even when he hadn't retired and that other person sometimes narrated the videos, I didn't like him. I didn't watch those videos. Yep. Or like when Gustav died in Expedition 33 and ruined my life. True, Beezus. True. But hey, if we're bringing everyone back, right? It is what it is. Can't be helped with that. But I still have no idea what's going to happen. Like, I'm assuming because of the dark grim fantasy and the way that Final Fantasy usually ends the stories, the canvas is going to be wind up being erased. Whether I can't remember her name. Celia makes it out or not is a different story. Same with Renoir. But we'll see. I'm very interested. So we're gonna put this here, but we kind of like that. So it is what it is. And from there, he's walked through the lavish corridors of the... You know what's crazy? What, Joku? Of the massive fuselage. The low taper fade meme is still massive. Low taper fade meme. What's that? I'm not good with names on things. It's a haircut meme? Not quite sure the origins of this. Is this something from Ninja? Oh man, I thought you would get the reference. Forget it. Yeah, it's from Ninja. No, I never really watched Ninja. I don't really know anything about that era. I was never really a stream watcher. I was always a YouTube watcher. Wait a sec. Let me send something. Just did an expert Sudoku in 8:23, beating my previous best of 8:56. Faster than 30% of people who finished that particular puzzle. Damn. That's crazy, Sean.
Out of all the memes to survive 2024, it would turn out that Ninja getting a low taper fade is still the biggest. Originally popping up thanks to Eric Doer in early January during a freestyle livestream, at one stage he starts singing the words, "Imagine if Ninja got a low taper fade," in the most soulful way possible. Imagine if Ninja got a low taper fade. And made history. Apparently, it happened because he was singing about his grandpa dying from COVID, and he needed to stop himself from crying, so he started singing about Ninja getting a particular haircut, hence the genuinely raw and emotional output. Due to the unusually vulnerable manner of singing, the internet quickly took the soundbite from his stream and turned it into a meme, as it does manage to strike a chord even if you don't know exactly what it means. Of course, Ninja quickly picked up on it as people commented the words on his streams and videos, and he never looked back. He'd sing it during his videos, but then the meme evolved into Ninja is dragging the low taper fade, as despite it fading in popularity, he'd still keep going with it. I mean, that's fair enough. You gotta do what you gotta do to stay relevant, but even the Hawk Tour girl knew she couldn't rely on repeating the same thing over and over again and then diversified. And now, the meme has gotten to the low taper fade meme is still massive, point as Ninja seems as if he wants to talk about it and has been recorded on camera saying those exact words. As a result, it quickly became a repeated phrase across social media, as people not only reference Ninja using it, but also substitute low taper fade for other trends. Perhaps this is all a part of Ninja's strategy to burn the meme out quickly. Perhaps he knows that the best way for people to stop using the meme is for him to repeat it constantly, embracing it to the most critical degree. I guess it can get to the point that even dragging the meme can occur, as I'm sure this meme will wear out over the next few months, but it will always be there, lurking in the void, and I wouldn't be surprised if it popped up again in a year or so because Ninja will still be referencing it. In short, the fact that Ninja is saying the low taper fade meme is still massive is indicative of the fact that memes can be manually forced to exist over time, and if you continue to reference them to a large enough audience, they can evolve again and again in different formats, as is proven today.
Steak and eggs.
What meme would you guys like me to give a lesson in next?
Nice. True. Learning about the cultural relevance of an irrelevant streamer. But the man who started it all, who showed people, yeah, you can make money doing this shit, and you do have to sell your soul, though, you know, it's just part of the deal. You can't, it's literally like you can't be a streamer if you don't sell your soul. It's like, fuck. Well, I guess I'm selling my soul. Shit happens, right? Irrelevant streamer. I know, that's what people say. It's just crazy how people say that shit, right? Now, I am an irrelevant streamer. Okay, this is what an irrelevant stream. I have honestly never seen any of his stream. Neither have I. I've never watched him because I'm not part of that demographic. I'm too old. I don't give a fuck about Fortnite. I think Fortnite's dumb. I hate FPSs. I like action games. I like comedy.
It's that time.
I like
Should already
stories.
be sleeping with Ms. Appointment tomorrow. Have a blast.
All right, Sean, have a good night, good sir. Take care, enjoy, sleep tight, and flow and glow all day, bro. I also have never played Fortnite. Yeah, I don't really play those kinds of games. If you can tell, I'm an action RPG player. Expedition 33, Elden Ring, Final Fantasy. Souls-like is amazing, yep. Play the shit out of that. Path of Exile. All right. We got the shit going there. Elden Ring is my favorite Soulsborne game. Yeah, it's so good. I really hope they do Bloodborne on PC because I've never played Bloodborne because I've never had a console. Played Fortnite with my nephews a few times, but I sucked so bad they never wanted to play with me again. Nice strategy, Beezus. In fact, to me, Elden Ring is the best game of all time. I agree, Joku. I think Elden Ring is the greatest game of all time. Expedition 33 is up there, but the problem with Expedition 33 is it is very, like, I don't want to say linear, but it is more linear than Elden Ring. It definitely is. Like, I haven't explored, I haven't finished the game yet, I don't really know that much. It's an amazing storyline and everything, but it's also the combat is not action combat, it's turn-based combat. even though the combos are amazing and the parry system is great, it's still, you know, not quite an action game. It's up there in probably the best 10 games of all time. But Elden Ring definitely has its spot in the first, if not the top 3. Miyazaki just never misses. Whatever that man touches turns to gold. True, Joku. True. We live in the greatest time ever, guys. We get to experience the best of the best fucking video games. And people think video games are in decline. Video games are better than they've ever fucking been. There are a bunch of fucking flops, but the mid-tier games, what people consider to be mid-tier games, or mid-tier studios, are fucking destroying everything. Until we get VR, we are living in the best shit, and then this is all going to be shit. We'll be looking back on the on PC games, laughing as we're like deep diving into virtual reality, realizing that we're still in a simulation and never want to leave. Can't wait to fight a dragon the size of a skyscraper with nothing but a stick in Dark Souls VR. Yup. Oh my god, Joku, it's gonna be goddamn fucking amazing. World's gonna be a completely different place when that happens. It's gonna be so good. World is gonna be Sword Art Online. Editors are apparently too expensive for me. Should I wait for 3 years to save up or buy 200 scratchers and leave it up to God? Honestly, I think the world building of Sword Art Online is amazing. It is. Even if you don't like agree with the way that the show like went, Alicization even shows like the turmoil in the real world and the power that that kind of technology has to like sway world powers, and like not just the social impact but like the military and like just everything, implications that it shows about hospitals and military and stuff is amazing. Exactly. It's like taking, if you've ever watched Dot Hack, the original Sword Art Online. Holy shit, we got a YouTuber! EDR Money S. Welcome, welcome. Hi, how's it going, bro? Thanks for chatting on the YouTube, man. Not a lot of people come over from there. I'm glad to see more people. We've had, in the last week or so, we've had like 3 people talk on YouTube. It's holy shit. YouTuber detected. What the fuck? Agreed, Levi. Like, what is this? I'm so happy to see you here, buddy. You enjoying the stream? Unfortunately, I think, like, with YouTube, I don't know if there's commands or anything that are set up. You can try, though, brud. See if any of it works. I think some of it might. I think the emotes might, but I'm not sure. There was an episode of Game Changers where someone bought $10,000 in scratchers. They made like $400 return on it. Yeah. You do not want to invest, like, you don't think that the more money you invest, the more winnings you're going to get. That's why gambling is so bad. But yeah, Joku, did you ever watch Dot Hack? No prob. Yeah, this is nice stream, but I don't know what you guys are talking about. Right now we're talking about anime. We were just talking about Sword Art Online and talking about deep diving. If like you could go into like Dark Souls or like Elden Ring in the future in like full deep dive in virtual reality, and you're like fighting a dragon with a stick at level 1, doing like a level 1 no-hit speed run. If gambling is so bad, then why does it make me feel so good? I didn't say it's emotionally bad. I said it's you know, the inference is that it's financially bad and not like financially stable or gainable. Like, it's random. You can't rely on it. It might happen, but you can't rely on it. And the more people that rely on it, the worse that it affects people. So yeah, we kind of jump all over the place in here, EDR. We love tangents, that's for sure. Because we're writing a story about, reverse 9/11. The nepotism of the West causing World War III. Normally we do writing and everything. So, yeah, welcome. If your intent is to make money, then gambling is bad. If you're just doing it for the love of the game, then it's fine. As long as you have the money to spare. New sub, I love anime. Hell yeah, brother, we got Midoriya creeping in the background there. We got if you didn't know, that's Ichigo from Bleach. That wall poster is like 20 years old. Actually, it's probably more than 20. No, I guess it would have been... actually, yeah, it would have been like 2005, 2006 when I got that wall poster. Maybe 2005? So yeah, it's about 20 years old. Good shit. But yeah, we love anime here. Like, one of Sean's stories, he's gone to bed now, but his story is called Cat Version, and it's like an isekai. It's actually really good. If you want, if you're interested in reading it... It's on Royal Road. Cat Version. It's really good. I thoroughly enjoyed the story. It's a very wholesome slice of unexpected life. Very anime style isekai, but in like a formatted story. Do you play any games? Yes, I do. We will be playing Expedition 33 in a bit here. People say that Sword Art Online is bad, but to me it never got bad. I liked every single season. People don't like the romance part, but that's my favorite part of it. Every girl who likes Kirito has a good reason to do so. They don't randomly start liking him. And as for saying that Kirito is OP for no reason, people who play that have never played MMO in their goddamn life. MMOs are unfair. If you farm a lot before players, you will be overpowered in every single fight. He has valid reasons established beforehand for why he is able to do what he does. Exactly, Joku. It's so well set up, but that goes over people's heads sometimes when things are so intricate like that. Now that I've saved Skyrim from the Empire, what should I do? I dropped SAO after like 5 episodes. It was just kind of bad. I mean, people say that, but not to me. Accidentally said, play that. Say that. True. But yeah, have you played or have you watched Expedition 33 at all, EDR? Because we just got to Act 3 and it was the big reveal about everything going on, so when we play, there's going to be spoilers if you haven't seen it. Just to warn you ahead of time. But we will probably start in like 40 minutes or so like that. That's like at the 5-hour mark, that's probably when we'll start. Because we gotta... I don't know if we'll quite finish the story, but I want to get at least everything from the setup. So, like, all we have to do is write the final scene with the newscast. I just had no emotional investment in any of the characters in SAO. The show didn't seem to have any intention on giving me any either. I mean, I guess Levi. Yeah, Joku, I don't know if he has... I played Final Fantasy XI. Toe Connoisseur! What's up, buddy? Hey, Toe Connoisseur, how's it going? How are you? Welcome to the stream, good sir. Welcome back. How have you been? Good to see you. It goes, and you? Well, it goes pretty damn well. We've been popping off today. It's been a great day. No, I haven't seen it. By the way, I gotta go. I'm going somewhere for work. This is a nice stream. Yeah, no problem, EDR. Have a good one. Thanks for the compliment, man. Always appreciate someone coming in and, you know, hanging out for a fair bit. It's all good. I stream every day, so feel free to hop in anytime, man. Have a great day. Hopefully work's a good time, man. I understand the grind. Well, I gotta go now, too. Yeah, no worries, Joku. Take care. Thanks for popping in and hanging out, man. I'm glad I got to read your stuff. If you got any more, let me know. Pop it in the Discord. We'll be able to read it. Also a fair bit of Maple Story. Ah. I played thousands of hours of RuneScape and hundreds of hours of Terra. 9 Twitchers, bro, is big leagues. Oh, I fucking know, right? We are popping the fuck off, dude. Like, I can't believe this shit. I'm doing something right, guys. I don't know what it is, but I'm doing something right. And when we figure it out, we can do it better. Right? It's all about working into it and feeling and experimenting around, seeing what works and what doesn't, right? And apparently we're doing what works. We're just chilling, though. I gotta take a toke, though. Oh. Okay, so he's gonna do his inspection rounds, and this is gonna be like some super fast shit. He's just immediately, like, the scene's just immediately gonna go to him being like, hearing some fucked up sounds, even over the engine. And he's like, is that people, like, talking and shit? And it's gonna be Tanner and Cindy and Harold basically, you know, having their yelling fest, telling Tanner not to leave the suite. And then Tanner leaves and opens the door, and Daniel's standing there. And Daniel's like, ah, shit. Guys, we got a problem up here. And that's where, like, the shift between scenes are. Because Daniel's the facilitator of the transition of scenes. And we still don't know if Tanner's scene is before Daniel's scene or Tanner's scene is after Daniel's scene. It looks like we've set it up. If you look at, right... Jesus Christ, right... No, this one. Wait, there. Right there. Because it goes 2-1 Daniel's rounds and then Tanner's drugs. So it goes 1, 2, 3 for the scenes. And the third scene is Tanner's drugs. So Daniel does make his rounds, because he comes in at the end of the scene 1 to facilitate the entrance of scene 2, to facilitate the reason why we jump to scene 3. And then scene 4 is Josh coming back up and being like, God damn it, Tanner. And that's the, like, connection between them, right? And then the shit hits the fan after that with Cindy and Harold doing their whole journalism thing, and that causes the whatchamacallit, the news to pick up the broadcast and think that there's some sort of terrorist attack. And then just coincidentally, because it's fucking retarded, they crash into the Burj Khalifa. Yes, Beezus, this is the Biden story. Tanner is Hunter Biden. Well, I got my birthday gift. What'd you get, Muffin? Full membership for chess.com. Oh, nice. You can do all the fancy things now. You get all the statistics, all that kind of shit.
Cute Muffins raided my stream
Oh
with 3
shit!
viewers.
Cute
Welcome,
Muffin!
raiders, to the stream.
Thank you for the raid, good sir. Holy shit! Welcome, welcome everyone. How are you?
I will be there.
Yeah, if people don't know, I guess I haven't done this in a while. Because I'm a bad fucking streamer. Almost spelt his name wrong. Go check out Cute Muffin. Why did that? Oh, shot out? Jesus Christ. Go check out Cute Muffin. Go follow him. He does chess and Trackmania. He is a world record holder in the top 100 or under on multiple maps. He's also a really good chess player. Between 1200 and 1300 elo with a normal gameplay of 18 to 1900 on a good day. He is the master! But thank you for the raid, Muffin. Welcome in, Raiders. How goes it? Hopefully you're having a good day today. We are writing a story. And just in general, fucking around and having a good time. Because that's what we like to do. Okay, so we take this conflict. Here, sounds. We can get rid of this because we already did it. We're debating whether we keep this or not. This has been a struggle through the story of what do we keep this or not? Is there a mess on the outside of the suite? Does he open the door to the suite and there's like multiple doors and multiple rooms and they're in like the bedroom, but the main room is like a complete mess, and then like maybe Tanner comes out of like the bedroom part of the suite? I think that's probably the best way to do it. Sounds kind of like Beelzebub. Is Beezus an agent of the devil? But he could. But I think Beezus is a play on Jesus. So is he either Beelzebub or is he Jesus? Or is he like Beerus? I have no idea, Toe Connoisseur. He is a mystery to all of us. An enigma. You would work for a Pearl Jam... Would work for a Pearl Jam parody? Beezus Flow. Yep. Door to the master bedroom. Beezus rests his head on a pillow made of concrete. Again, actually, it's Beelzebub. Then I just took the name. No, someone just said I used to look like the little girl from Ramona and Beezus to make fun of me. Oh, I'm definitely Baphomet. I'm 100%. Kinda femme, kinda mask. I'm 100% Baphomet. Kinda spicy. Definitely spicy. Can we get shake some titties in the chat? Okay, so this is the transition, right? And then this is scene with Tanner. And then here's 1-5. Intercom in the chair, buzz to life with the sound of dinosaurs. Sir, you need to come up to the top deck. That the good shit. Oh yeah. So we need to go back up here and we need to know exactly what he said. What's the recent talks lore? What Bennett going on? He's been writing a 9/11 story. Yeah, we're writing 9/11 to connoisseur. We're writing the most controversial story that's ever been written, ever. Hey Beezus, do you know how to stop the stream elements chime sound to talks? Was wondering. Yeah, Beezus, you know how like in the chat it does like, let's see if it'll do it. No, it didn't do it. But that chime sound, I don't know how to get rid of it. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know what it is. One day I went live and it started making chimes. And I want to know where it's coming from, so either I can turn it off or I can change the sound. But even to like Grok, half the time, like it has no idea. It keeps saying shit about like stream elements overlay. But if you go to my stream elements, and where was it? Modules, chat alerts. I don't have chat alerts enabled. You don't need them to be if you... Which widgets? Where? I'm back, Erd. Nothing after the raid. How's the stream? It's a browser source. Like these, right? Like the screen emotes, the kick followers, loyalty alerts. Right? But like, which one is the one? YouTube alerts, alerts overall, all chat. Like, I can't turn these off because these all have a function. Like this is for. I'm so it's like I literally can't get rid of it or change it in any way. Even though like this didn't happen from the beginning, this is like a new thing that just popped up out of nowhere. You can go to the widgets, get rid of the sound, and then say the changes.
Good night, mates, and have a good rest of your stream. See y'all when I see y'all. Fuck you all.
Fuck you, Muffin. Have a good night. Thanks for popping by. So, like, if I take this, and I pop it in here, okay, so it's not stream elements, that's bot rigs. Well, there's also bot rigs. Okay, where's widgets here? I see dashboard, activity feed, streaming tools, overlays, overlay gallery, elements, element gallery. overlay gallery had them, I think, on the tabs. Oh, widgets. I don't have any. I've never used these before. The only ones I have are the ones that are on here. Which I have the... Apparently these ones are premium. So I have the spectator count, I have the TTS, on-screen emotes, chat overlay. Yes. But it doesn't have... anything for sound. As you can see, the chat is there. So I'm not sure where the sound's coming from. Because it even does sounds when there's no messages. Honestly, I use Streamlabs, so I just assumed it would work the same way. Yeah, I have no idea. I've tried. But thanks for trying to help. I appreciate it. I mean, it's not that it bothers me at all. I'm just like, I wish I could change it so I could make it to a different sound. I mean, it's good that it does that so I can actually see. When I'm really, really fucking zoned in, it pulls me out of it hearing the sound, so I actually look at the chat. But it sucks when there's nothing there, and I'm like, well, that sucks. I got pulled out of my fucking zone for nothing. Okay. So... Dilemma, Tanner, decision. I don't think we're gonna do anything in the way of like what we were doing before. I think go to settings or bot settings. 3. Look for an option like sound alerts, notifications, or chat chime. 4. Disable the toggle for chat chimes or adjust sound volume. Yeah, but where do I go, Toe Connoisseur? Like, I've tried to find an option that says that. Is it literally that? What is this? Or is that the TTS? Hold on.
Okay.
That's not the TTS, but it still chimed! You guys hear that? It chimed when I typed, and this is silent. So, like, what does that tell you? Right? It's not this. Whatever this is. It's not that. I only have the alerts, which gives me this. I have the follower alert, subscriber, tip, cheer, raid, purchase, and there's nothing else. And these don't include anything to do with chat. And then emotes, it's just the emotes. And then I don't even know. I mean, I don't even know if this is one set up. It still doesn't have a sound to it. From the left sidebar, click on alerts or sounds. Do you see anything that says that? I mean, there's settings, but that's for the chat bot. That's for tipping. But yeah, do you see anything here that I'm like missing? Okay, don't click that frickin' one. It's so annoying. You have not added any users. And then for chat commands, there's nothing in here that's like chimes. Modules, chat, it's all turned off. That's the slot machine. Emote combos, live announcements. I don't know. Yeah, see, it still does it. Honestly, if it's really this rough, I'd just look at Streamlabs when you have the time and see if you'd be fine with replacing your alerts with that one. It's quite a bit more customizable. It's just I don't really have much time, and it's not that big of a deal. Like, I don't actually care. I'm just like, I can't believe that it's like this difficult to find something like that. Or to figure something like that out. Right? And the fact that it just appeared one day, and I'm like, whoops, cancel that, and just because, let's just save, because fuck that. Whew. Dodged a bullet there. Maybe just make a new Twitch channel? Yeah, solve the problem. Completely start from fucking scratch. Use what I've learned and build everything from there instead of being a channel that's already plunged to the bottom of the algorithm. You know what I mean? Super fucking five-head move, dude. Start again and make sure you build for the meta. True. True. Then we'll pop off, right? And then we'll start making like 17 cents instead of 7 cents. It'll be goddamn glorious. To just become a generically attractive female in her early 20s. I can do that once a month, Toe. People say I look like I'm in my early 20s. So with some makeup, you know, we're already there. Boom. Okay, we start a new channel that's only ASMR. Just go pure ASMR. Never felt so violated in my life. I couldn't fucking help it. It's too good. It's too good. Oh my god. I know this is wrong, but I'm just doing this just because. This is another like just small tweak that's like, you know, we will see what happens in editing, but just like a little spin-off of the actual saying, right? Again, this is another thing that we like to do. Whether it sticks or not is a different story, but we like to do it because it pushes it. Don't cross the border anytime soon. They definitely monitoring this shit, brother. 100% they know exactly what's going on here. This is if Tropic Thunder is the line, this is like 100 miles past the line. 'Cause, like, Tropic Thunder's like, you know, military-industrial complex parody. This is, like, way higher scale of parody, right? But, hey, that's why it's, like, we just put it in the title as a shock factor, right? But like I said, hey, 911 is what you call for, like, emergency line here. So it's like, it could be, like I said, like, you know, a Minority Report type world where you get the call from the police if you're going to do something bad. And they say, well, no, you're going to do something bad, don't do it. If you don't do it, nothing will happen. But if you do it, well, shit. And it's like to scare off people, right? I don't know if this is clear, but it's meant in the way of, like, you know, they can't win their money back because he's leaving, right? So you lost all your money to him, and now he's leaving, so there's no chance for you to win your money back. So both Reg and Dick are basically out. right? So I don't know if it's well said or not, but that's the intent. And then this just carries into the next scene, which is this whole scene. Alright, so we have the scenes summarized, and then we just need the 5.1, which is news. So this is where we'll pick up tomorrow. And like I said, look at that, guys. It's almost the 5-hour mark where we finished writing what we needed to write. We completely got through it. So now all we need to worry about is Expedition 33. So again, if you don't want spoilers, we're in Act 3. So the big reveal has been revealed, if you will. So if you care not to be spoiled, now would be the time. And I would wish you adieu, good friend. And thank you for hanging out and having a good time. And it's totally understandable if you don't want to be spoiled in the game. Because it's a fucking great game. Definitely worth watching or playing entirely through. And having the cinema of it completely wrap around and strangle your fucking heart. And then rip it out. And then throw it back in with thorns inside of it. Fuck, it's so beautiful and amazing and oh, just fucking great. 21 hours. Very precise, yeah. It does it so well. It's so scary how well it does it. That's right, we're in the flying casino. So we're in a flying casino, guys. And the world gets even better. But hey, it's your favorite thing, Toe Connoisseur. Look. Whee! Oh, hell yeah! Let's get her done, boys! So about. I'm gonna be right back, though. I'm gonna be right back. Need me some drinkage, boys. We shall return. boy. Alright. Eddie in the mix. True. Too true, brew. What a song. This is my kind of vibe. You gotta change the category though. Totally forgot about that. Do always forget. At least I changed the overlay. That's important. Is she underwater? It's technically underwater, but it's not underwater. It's just fantastical in its own way. So it's like being underwater if you're not underwater. It's honestly what I imagine the halfway point of like the dome is, where it's like it's almost half water, half air, when the octopi are transitioning from water-based to land-based species. Something along the lines of this in a midway point is what I kind of imagine. So this gives me a lot of imagery for my book and puts it into a lot of perspective. And I love that because it's like, this is Final Fantasy inspired, my book's Final Fantasy inspired, and if I can see my book and other people can see the ideas of my book and like how I've described things before, and they can say, oh, this kind of looks like that, then I'm like, oh, I'm doing a good job because I'm imitating the greatest thing ever, which is Final Fantasy, and it's coming off in a way that somebody else has imitated Final Fantasy, meaning my imitation is valid, right? It's validation, essentially. Alright. We'll see how powerful these things are. Okay, I thought that was something I could attack. This is probably, right? Gotta be, right? No? Okay. About these? No?
Is that a casino?
How would you know it was a casino from here? Well, I guess she would know because of the real world. She would know what it looked like in the real world. This is the whole world. What do you mean by the whole world? I ended up here after the fracture and couldn't get back down, so it's my whole world. Do you want help at getting back down? Nah, I'm good. Who'd watch over things if I left? Nah. See, this place is a living piece of history. Used to be the place to be, you know. Play some games, drink some drinks, gamble a bit, all the fun stuff. Now it's like, well, you know, anyway, just don't talk to that dimwit over there. Who's that? Such a downer. Stuck in the past. Talk to him and he'll drown you in nostalgia. Isn't that a good thing, though? Who is he talking about, though? I never saw another dude to talk to. Maybe he meant over here. You kinda thick. Kind of daddy thick. Yeah, you got that belly. You got that belly.
Oh, lovely.
Music record, nice. I don't know, but I fucking love it. You see nobody inside. Do you call out? Yes. No, try again. Yes. Still no answer. Try again. Yes. Could you peasants please cease that infernal shouting? Oh, hello. I have no interest in conversing with uncultured humans. Leave. Okay, bitch. Your voice got me bricked up, brother. Okay, well I guess I can't do anything here. That sucks. I guess the dimwit is the guy inside? I don't know. But, hey, it was an interesting thing. That thing looks like Esquier. I guess we find somewhere else to go. Should I try and fight this thing, guys? Whatever the hell it is? Oh! I'm probably gonna get fucked up. Absorbs all APs. Wow. Wow. Shit. Oh, damn. Yeah, no, I'm dead. Jesus, that's insane. And why is my party fucked? Oh, because I don't have CL yet. Shit, I forgot. Unless the party's just... Damn. No. GG. Kinda figured that would happen.
I'll do it.
I literally didn't even get to attack. Okay. Well, we learned our lesson, right? You can only push it so far. Okay, where are we going? South. To this tower? Is that where we're going? That's supposed to be the Eiffel Tower. Oh my god, I get it now. It's like the Eiffel Tower, but made out of roots. Oh, that is so cool.
Wait for us here. It's dangerous for you near Papa. We'll have to move fast. I can't maintain them for very long.
So why are some people paint brushes and some are people, or it's not explained? No, they live in, this is all inside of a painting. In the real world, people have abilities, and there's the Painters Guild and the Writers Guild, and this is inside the canvas that Verso made. But Verso is dead, and Alicia is actually like burnt and fucked up in real life. And her dad, the real Renoir, wants to erase the painting, which has the last bit of Verso's soul in it. And Alicia doesn't want that. That's why we're fighting Renoir, because he wants to destroy everything, because it's holding everyone in the past, because they believe that they need to hold on to the memory of Verso through the painting, but they're only holding on to a piece of him that shouldn't exist. So technically he should erase everything, but that destroys everyone inside of the painting. So it's like, it's a trolley problem. So these are figures on the painting. Yeah, essentially. And their power is to use chroma to go into the painting to create basically like a virtual world. And Verso created this entire world. But his mother and father came in here and started fighting over destroying it or not. And that's what caused the fracturing after Verso died in real life. Because of Alicia. Some decision that she made caused a fire that killed Verso. Game is way cooler when you understand it. Yeah! That's why I was like, when I accidentally spoiled it to Joku, but I was like, I wish I had known all of this while I was playing through the game. Like, not knowing what the fuck is going on the entire game was kind of annoying.
Let the ink flow.
It's like I wanted some idea of why the world is the way that it is. Oh, it's a painting. That's why I said it would be a one-liner. And it's a painting is the one-liner. Some one-liner was going to solve all of the problems. And it makes sense, but it doesn't degrade it any way, right? It's still badass as fuck. It's almost even more badass because you're like, it should be destroyed. But you like these people, so why would you want them to die? Blight is a status effect that reduces the max health of the character. It's possibly affected by multiple instances of Blight. 10% health. Jesus.
Take this. Let us stay
So it's a completely different impact, but I prefer to have at least a piece of the idea that this isn't the real world. Because I was like, it's gotta be it's gonna be a cop-out bullshit like it's a dream. And it kind of is a cop-out bullshit that it's a dream, but that's okay, because it's done well. It's like my book. The ending of my book is technically a cop-out bullshit, but it works. At least I think it does. I thought I broke past the cap of 9,999. So why am I still doing 9,999 damage? I should be able to do more damage.
Perfect. Well, that will help.
Perfectly normal trash can. Sure it is.
You useful.
Oh god. I can't believe we actually got that.
That's lucky. Feel the burn.
Shit, too soon.
Careful, my
Fuck. Okay, well, she's fucked.
Lightning dance.
Well, that's not good.
On me.
Nope, too soon. Guaranteed kill. Once you get into the flow of it, it's really good.
Feel the embrace of fire.
Let's spill some ink. From fire. Let's dance.
Shit, too soon. You're way faster now? Oh yeah, we've like basically picked up on how like the tempo of most monsters' moves.
Okay.
And like our response time overall for figuring shit out is much better.
The dance begins.
Mael is my damage dealer. She does so much damage. So did he turn some drawings evil? Technically, I don't know what these things are. I think these are what Renoir is using to destroy the world. So I think these are Renoir's creations. And they're like supposed to eliminate and destroy and erase everything on the canvas. And Renoir is the reason for the gommage. He's the one who's erasing people. But Alicia hid the painting in real life, so she thinks that it doesn't need to be erased, everything can be left, as long as their mother doesn't find it, so she can't come back in and be the paintress again.
Ready to evade.
Too soon. I always miss one.
So much potential. Feel the embrace of fire.
Okay.
Too soon. Fuck.
Finesse and precision.
Did you make your party more meta? No, I didn't change anything on my party because I spent all day editing and uploading the last week's VODs into YouTube videos.
Okay.
Flames that rain.
I do want to make my party super meta though. to actually be able to kill the final bosses and stuff like that. But I don't know if we're under-leveled or what. Like, we're only like level 46? And we still need to use the Luminos. We have 13 Luminos to use. Is there any drama on the channel recently? Drama on the channel. No, surprisingly, I don't think so. The last thing that happened was when Valiant Boy posted whatever he posted in the Discord like a week ago. And we all laughed at it. I have 32 of these. Should I use this? I feel like I should be using this. True toe connoisseur. Light it up with backflips. Okay, so we definitely want this. That's 18. That's 18, right? Yeah. And this one needs to be 18. And I'm just gonna make this one 19 because I want her to be my biggest damage dealer. 6 points. Deals ice damage to all enemies. Slow. Typhoon. Ice damage to all enemies and heals allies. Deals extreme damage. We actually want that. Yeah, look at all those backflips, bro. Holy shit. There you go, toe connoisseur. That's what it's all about. Pop them up, buddy! I believe in the backflip. Okay, she needs more agility. More agility. More agility. More she needs more attack. More agility. Perfect. So satisfying to see it in sync. Yeah. I'd definitely say that's definitely my favorite emote. Wait, this is leaving. I went back to the beginning. I'm an idiot. I'm always just staring at her feet. I can't help it. I don't know where the hell I'm going. At least this time I have an excuse to get lost. How did I miss this?
Stuff.
Welcome to the club. Indeed, Toe, it's a struggle. Everywhere's a fucking dead end. I don't understand. How's Shawnee Baby in the gang? Everyone's doing pretty good as far as I know. Sean put up another book. Callie put out another book. Book has been popping in every once in a while. She's made a little bit of progress on her book. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do. I feel like I've gone everywhere. Am I retarded? I mean, like, I know I'm retarded, but like, am I retarded?
A storm is coming.
Too soon.
Take this. Let us stain them. Mael.
Ready to parry.
Too soon.
From fire.
Swiftly now. I'll leave the light.
Okay.
Too soon.
Romance flowing. Let's go. Lady Luck smiled today.
There we go. He dead. Okay, well somehow I have to get past that. I'm confused. Oh my god, there's a rope. Alright, there we go. Jesus. That looks scary as fuck. Is there anywhere else to go? I don't think so. Well, away we go.
The 32s.
Nice.
Ooh, shit. I don't think I need to use all set. Let's just, yeah, I mean...
Ready to evade.
Too soon.
Ready. lightning dance.
On fire.
You're in my way! Get out the way!
On guard. Flames. Brave.
Feel the burn. Careful, my elf.
Ready to go.
Too soon. Oh, I thought it was too soon. Too soon. No, way too soon.
Well, I'll use your life. Brace yourselves.
Too soon.
On me.
Alright, that one's easy.
Nice.
True.
Your father. He's at the tower.
Yes. I am.
Isn't it beautiful here? Her paintings are always astonishing. Yet, I wish she would understand. Understand what? Just what it means for me to paint. What do you mean? The boy has gone silent. What? You're painting because you're the painting of a painting, so that means that you can paint more. The fuck? Was that? Is that one of our spirit guardian guys?
Well, well. That's lucky.
Finesse and grace. Flames. Brave.
A storm is coming. Feel the burn. It's locked on you.
Please survive.
Danger. Danger.
Fuck. Well, there's no point in using Searing Bond because they all have shields. Oh my god, I didn't even heal the right person. I fucking hate that, how it just doesn't go to the person with low health.
We've got work to do.
Take down their shields.
ready to evade.
Okay, that's one down. Too soon.
Let's dance.
Shit.
Let's play. Your fate is sealed.
Oh no, I used the wrong spell. Oops.
Let's dance.
Lady Luck smart today.
The dance begins. This will hurt.
Take your shot.
Too soon.
Lady Luck smiles today. Well, that will help.
Okay, so I'm guessing that's back. Jesus. Shit's getting fucked up here. Hey, it's like it's the thing from I can never remember it.
On me.
Peregrine's school for
Time to take risks.
what's the word? What's the word? I gotta go check on my food though. Peculiars! That's what it is. It's Peregrine's school for peculiar children. Oh, this is an actual boss. Shit.
Finesse and grace.
Fuck.
Ready to parry.
Chroma is flowing. Feel the burn.
Okay.
Okay, I think we got it.
Let's spill some ink. Still need your help.
Was lucky. Take cover.
Nice.
Doing in.
I jumped too early. Oh my god, I'm so bad.
Not leaving you behind.
Your fate is sealed.
Time to hit big. Ready to parry.
Nice. Too easy.
This will hurt.
Nice.
Try me. So much potential. Feel the embrace of fire.
Please survive.
Nice.
Full deck. Lady Luck smile today.
From fire.
Lady Luck smile today. It's locked on you.
Too weak.
Ready. Come on now. Well, well.
Nice. Fucked them up, boys. Augmented counter 3. 75% increased counterattack damage. Okay, we need that. There we go. I need to get rid of this too. That's 100% increased counterattack damage. Yeah, augmented counter is only 3 points. They should all have augmented counter. I think this is just better.
Nice.
Alright, we're getting some pretty good shit. Oh, I gotta check on my ribs. Hold on, I'll be right back. Oh. I will actually let you guys stare at the bitch this time. I covered it up last time. There you go. Let's change it. Here, I will give you... I can't even tell from here. Is that good? Or is that only like a halfway point? I think that's only like a halfway point. Does that work? There you go. It's hard to work with. Burbanash Kabler Gedembida. Who's a Wasserford Bidin? Indeed.
Perfect.
The opera house.
Oh, he wants to play the piano. He definitely wants to play the piano.
Well, that will help. Lovely.
Good stuff.
I know he said good stuff, but did he really have to remind me of Goose?
Nevrons from the Axon Islands. What are they doing here?
Like Axon's their papa's creations, not Claire's.
Oh, wrong button, wrong button, wrong button, wrong button, wrong button. Fuck. I pressed E instead of F. What the fuck is that thing?
Flames. The brain!
I told you.
That was so predictable. So absolutely predictable. How dare you make that attack so easy?
Maya. Now's our chance. Feel the embrace of fire.
Okay. On guard.
Your fate is sealed.
Let's dance. That's better.
Ready to evade.
What? Oh my god. What a little bitch. What a little bitch. How'd that hit me? Damn it.
Time to hit big. You can't escape. Blades sharpened.
Feel the burn.
Okay. See our dodge.
Fuck.
Time to strike. Ready to evade. Take cover! Let us stain them.
Blades sharpened. Take down their shields.
Doing in. Danger!
Shit.
Ready to evade. Doing in. I feel better. Let us stain them.
Time to hit big. This will hurt.
Interesting.
Almost there.
Mael,
Let's go.
lean in. That's lucky.
On fire.
Too soon.
Mael. Ready? Lune, attention.
Blade cut through the flames.
Nice.
Take cover. Let us stay. Feel the embrace of fire. Well, well.
QJDKJN is now following.
QJDKJN. Thank you for the follow.
Hi, sweetie.
How's
The
it going,
patron was
brother?
just telling me he used to
Welcome
Arch
to the
Commander
stream.
and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did
Oh,
you start
shit.
smoking?
1980.
I love to see
So
the
you
cakes.
have been
Thank you for the follow.
Makes sense. The
How's it
filled
going?
ashtrays,
Welcome,
the burning
welcome.
pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3.
Illyvito Seed Cakes is now following.
True.
Thank you for following Illyvito Seed Cakes. I hope you are enjoying the stream less than 4
Hi, sweetie. The patron was just telling me he used to Arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1980.
So you have been lying. Now makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice.
True. Thank you for the follow, guys. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. We are reaching the end of Expedition 33. Greatest game of the year for a while. Thank you for the follow, guys. Welcome, welcome. Hope you are enjoying the stream. Oh shit, oh shit. Gotta get some of these parries off. Eat it! Oh, GG.
Perfect.
DA is now following.
D3EII, thank you for the follow. How's it going? Welcome, welcome.
Hi,
How
sweetie.
are
The
you?
patron was just telling me he used to Arch Commander
Okay, I
Consummate
think this is
and
going
thinks he'd be
bad.
a perfect match for us.
Because I remember the piano dude.
Are you smoking?
That's where I came from.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
What's up, man?
1980.
Playing some Expedition 33, getting lost while I'm staring at feet. Can't help it.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day.
Trying to figure out where to go, but I always get lost. And I wind up going back to the beginning. This flag was an indicator of where to go. Maybe over here? If we skipped these guys... Oh, well, we never got this item, so that's a good sign.
Oh, wow.
Oh shit, they're coming for my dick! Get out while you can! Yeah, we're doing really good. The game is fucking phenomenal and amazing. But, okay, that's going back. I continuously find myself lost. But, I mean, that happens to me in pretty much every game. You should have seen me in Elden Ring. Fucking bad. I'm expecting there to be something I can jump onto here. Or somewhere to go. Maybe I don't even go this way. I'm not even sure. There's shit down there. You hop in an Elden Ring later, though? Oh, I don't even have Elden Ring installed. I haven't played since the DLC. I'm looking forward to Night Rain, though. I'm probably gonna play some Night Rain when it comes out. I'm excited for that shit. Okay, I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna kill these guys because I can.
Ready? A storm is coming. Feel the burn.
I need to actually start attacking this bitch first. Because she's the one who shields everyone and fucks everyone with everything up.
Careful, my elbow.
That's better. Parry it.
You can't parry a shield. Can parry this though. Although I'm really bad, so can being the operative word. Parried the shit out of that bitch.
Not looking good. Careful, my elbow.
Too soon.
I'm ready.
Shit, inverted. I'll invert my dick, bitch.
Careful, my elbow.
Damn, too soon. Oh, I'm silenced. Fuck. Too soon.
Feel the burn. Deal me in. I feel better.
Blades sharp.
Ooh, we can actually do some damage.
Please survive.
Ready to evade.
Nice.
Mael.
Damn shield is
Ready
bullshit.
to parry.
Well, that sucks.
So much potential. Feel the embrace of fire.
Too soon.
The dance begins.
Bitch, take that. We're nearing level 50. Second chance and augmented counter 3. Alright, so we gotta set that up now. Who doesn't have augmented counter 3? So, augmented counter 3. It's only 7 points. Should have both, right? Augmented counter 1 and 2, or 1 and 3. I don't know where augmented counter 2 is, but I'm sure I'll find it eventually. But yeah, I don't think there's actually anything here. Unless I'm supposed to go up here or something. Oh my god. I'm an idiot.
Great.
Maybe I should continue. Maybe I should continue. Continue what? Forever, forever. The boy has gone silent. Shit.
Well, that will help.
Indeed. For all the mess that's happened, I was the only one curious enough to make the journey here. But this place is sad.
Take this. Lady Luck's smiling today.
Ow.
If I die, so be it. I'll use your life. Try me. Well. Take your shot. Try me. Your fate
Dead.
is sealed.
Thanks for the distraction. Now, let me sell you the real goods. Full strength. Increased damage on full health. I'll just buy it just because. There's nothing else to really buy.
Papa is somewhere past the gardens.
Alright, we're almost there. I'm so sad this is the end, guys. Even though there's tons of side content. But we want to meta-eyes ourselves before we do side content. Nice. 75 across the board. That's epic. There's already 19, right? Yeah, so I can't upgrade them anymore with the current stuff that I have. She is 8, but I need to get this, which is 10. All medium lightning damage at the end of their turn and low lightning damage until they receive damage. I kind of want... Oh, can only be cast with all 4 of them. So yeah, maybe actually I just want this. Instead of Ice Lance, Stormcaller. Right, this is the one that we want. Wait, have we never set this? Final path.
Nabes is now
Nabes, welcome. Thank you for the follow, good
I
sir.
hope you are enjoying the stream. Less
How
than
are you
4,
doing?
Less than 3 + 1.
Hi, sweetie. Hatred was
I
just
knew I had
telling
a
me
good
he's the
attack on
Arch-Commander
her.
Consummate and thinks he'd be
How
a
are you
perfect
today?
match
Good
for
morning.
us.
Thank you for joining the stream and hanging out.
Smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
Spoiler alert, we're
Why
at the
are you
end of the
smoking?
game, so if you,
When did
if
you
you
start
know...
smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. Now makes sense. The filled
Don't,
ashtrays, burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll see it.
Feel free
For
to
3-pack a day,
leave
boys.
if you do not want spoilers for the game. It is completely understandable. Other than that, how are things? Have you watched much of the game? Do you enjoy the game?
I can't sustain the expeditioners much longer.
Ned, we need to defeat them fast.
True.
Well, that will help.
Yeah, we're probably gonna need a skill reset for everyone. No, I have never played or watched this game. Well, it's an amazing game. It's definitely game of the year. Look, feet. They just give you an entire game of staring at feet. It's fucking beautiful. They know exactly what they're doing. I don't know anything about the game because I've just been staring at her feet all game.
An advantage.
That alone gives it a 10 out of 10 in my book.
Father's been extra inspired.
Alright then, that's something to... Let's do it. Fuck yeah. Are you guys ready for this shit? Creation. Rain of fire.
Flames. Rain. Tune me in. That's lucky.
Felix Pingray attack is kind of nice in this game. Yeah. Inverted. Uh-oh. I don't know what that does.
Ready to
Ah, shit. Well, I gotta go check on my food. Yeah, it's turn-based combat, but it's like engaging because you can actively dodge and parry attacks.
From fire. Lumière, attention.
Except I have no idea what their actual timing is, so I'm terrible at it.
Danger.
Except that one. Ah, too early. Mario RPG, yeah.
On me.
No. Well,
Not looking good.
I'm probably gonna die. This is bad.
Here we go. You're fit to see. Look out.
Fuck.
You don't get to die yet.
True. We have a lot of backup.
Grenade, watch out.
Too soon. Too
This will hurt.
There we go. That's some damage right there.
Ready to evade.
Melee combo. Yeah. Somewhat predictable, but not fully predictable. I'm terrible at this fucking combo. Too soon. 18 HP. What a champion.
I'll do it.
Oh, she's dead.
I won't lose again.
Damn, they get so many free turns. Yeah, they get so many turns and their attacks have so many like combos to them. And it's like there's so many different enemies continuously that it's really hard to be like, alright, well this is the combo and then learn it. By the time you learn it, you've moved to a new enemy. It's like, fuck. Too soon. Oh, what the fuck is he doing now? Oh, he has shields now? What is this shit? Too soon. Oh. Shit. If I don't dodge this, I'm dead. Oh no. Well. Yep, you need to master the parries. I'm not even gonna send in the rest of the team because he has shields. And that's just gonna, like, fuck him. But I gotta go check on my food. I'll be right back. What a game, guys. What a fucking game. You can stare at her back while you wait. TNT, it's a sick game. Yup. It knows what it's doing, that's for sure. It knows who it is, it knows what it's doing, it knows what it wants. And when it said that was a challenge, I believe it. So, let's not go over there yet. Let's just keep going. But who knows if we're even going to be able to defeat Renoir. Okay.
Let us stain them. Feel the burn. Take this.
Let's spill some ink.
It's locked on you.
That's better.
Too soon.
Careful now. Ready. Take cover. Chroma is flowing. Deluxe move today.
This will hurt.
Careful, Mael.
From fire.
Well, well. Are you going? Mael. Careful, Mael. Chroma is flowing.
Okay, that's not where to go. Well, there's a save point, so that's a good sign. Wait, this is going backwards. Isn't this a merchant that I fought? Yeah. Okay, this is going backwards. Somehow we got turned around again.
Advantage.
Increase damage with gradient attacks.
Ready.
Finally, we're actually learning it.
Full deck. Your number is painted. The elements dance. It's locked on you. Maya.
Too soon.
Deal me in. I'll use your life. Okay.
Wow.
Your father's been extra inspired.
A most enticing challenge.
So I think we have to kill that to get past. I'm not sure, but I think so. I'm not sure what's going on, but the music is just gone. I don't know why. I don't know if that's like an aesthetic of the scene that we're at right now.
Lucky.
Or if the game borked.
Flames. Rain. Okay. Ready to go.
Take cover.
Okay.
Too soon.
Well, well. The elements dance. Feel the embrace of fire.
Wait, did I attack myself somehow? I'm so confused.
Danger.
One day I'll figure it out. One fucking day I'll figure it out.
On me.
Yeah, looks like I have to go through that thing.
Cut through the flames.
Careful now. On me.
Man, I'm so bad with the light combo. I just can't fucking do it.
Feel the embrace of fire.
Nice.
Mael. Full deck. Your number is painted.
Too soon.
This will hurt.
There we go. That's the damage right there, guys.
Look out. You don't get to die yet. Careful,
Let's spill some ink. Not leaving you behind. From fire.
Full deck. The number is painted. Look out.
Not giving up. Take down their shields.
That hurts.
On me. Attention. Tiens, dodge.
Swiftly now. Mael.
Eight HP.
Let's spill some ink.
8 HP. Fuck yeah. Faster than strong. Always play twice in a row, but deal 50% less damage. That actually sounds really OP. But then again, it's like once I run out of AP, I'm fucked. I need them to hit me. So if I go twice in a row, it really doesn't matter because I'm not going to have the AP to use the moves that I need. So I don't actually know if that's actually that great.
How's over there?
I don't have anything to upgrade those. I'm going for that one. I don't think I'm going to do that anymore. I'm going to get her more defense. To 15.
And the chroma we need to bring back Lumiere.
Even I can sense him.
Is this the final
Better
battle?
make sure we're ready.
The final fight.
Papa?
Alicia.
The please. I just want you to understand what this canvas means to me.
I do understand. I know how powerful and intoxicating it is. How deeply attached we can become to the worlds we pour our hearts and souls into. I was enthralled, and it nearly killed me.
It doesn't mean you have to erase Verso's canvas.
Child, do you think I want to? After all the sorrows we've endured, do you really think that I want to destroy this last piece of his soul?
Don't.
Life keeps forcing cruel choices. We do what we must.
Grief often blinds us, and we make choices we can never take back.
You grieve for two.
I grieve for many.
The choices of parents leave indelible marks upon their children. But ultimately, the voices in their head have to be their own. You cannot set the boundaries of their life for them.
After the fire, you wanted me to find new joy in life. And I tried. But I couldn't. Verso died because of me. How do I get from that to joy?
Child, it will get better, I promise you. But this is not the way. Your friends speak truth. And it changes nothing. You can hate me. But that's a choice I must make. As your father, I must look out for you. Especially when you can't look out for yourself.
You treat me as if I'm still 5.
I treat you as if the shadow from the worst day of our lives is going to suffocate you and take you from us too! Enough. I said enough.
That's lucky. Try me. Careful, my elf. Feel the embrace of fire. Ready.
Let's spill some ink. This will hurt. Okay.
Careful, my elf. Okay. Take this.
Uh-oh.
We must accept things as they are, not how we want them to be.
True.
What would Verso have wanted? Truly.
Blades sharpened. Take down their shields.
Damage is fucking real. Too soon.
Let's
When did
start.
you become so stubborn?
A storm is coming. Feel the burn.
They always attack CL. She's always the one to die. She's like my weakest person with the lowest health. Oh shit.
Finesse.
Didn't see that one coming.
Still need your help.
Shit.
Take cover.
What would Verso have wanted? Truly.
A storm is coming.
Ready to parry. Nice.
Shit.
Ready
When
to
did you
parry.
become so stubborn?
Oh, you there?
Ready to parry.
Too soon.
Brace yourself.
Finesse and grace. Can't leave us yet. Let's start.
What would Verso have wanted? Truly.
Mael.
Okay.
When did you become so stubborn?
Your fate is sealed. On me.
Nice.
Yeah.
He's dead, I think. Phase 2?
Okay.
Rescues Renoir. Fuck!
Stop this insanity. It's time to go home.
I do love a challenge, but this is beginning to irk me.
Fuck. He keeps regenerating. Maybe we focus on the axons first.
Get Eskia in here.
She can't.
Wait, is she already back?
Mama.
Aline, you're going to kill yourself. It's too soon for you to return to any canvas.
Oh, my food's ready. Shit. I gotta go check on my food. She's gonna take on the axons for us. Damn. This ultra canvas.
This selfish Aline!
Okay, I go grab my food. I'll be right back. And we'll probably die to this guy.
That's lucky. Take cover! Not today. Lightning dance!
Finesse and grace. This will hurt.
Your number is painted.
That was the important one.
Danger!
You can't escape. I'm ready.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Eileen, look at Alicia. She can't be here. Eileen, it's supposed to be you and me. Not you against me.
Go home, Renoir. Go paint something else.
Why am I the only one who sees this?
The elements dance. Feel the embrace of fire. Brace yourselves. I won't waste this. Here we go. Take this.
Too soon. I want to try this Stormcaller and just see what it's like. Doesn't seem worth it.
You can't escape. Time to hit big. This will hurt.
A storm is coming.
Fuck, I missed the gradient attack.
Let's spill some ink. This will hurt.
So much potential. Feel the embrace of fire.
Put aside the canvas. It's killing you both.
Not this time.
Ooh! Oh shit! She went hard on him.
Your mother was the one who saved me when I lost myself in a canvas. She taught me how to safely use our gift. How to soar without flying too close to the sun. We painted hundreds of canvas worlds, pushing the very boundaries of creation. And she never let me forget that every day we spent here has a price.
She died.
Yet, here we are now.
So trust her. If she's doing this, then...
I trust what she taught me. This is not a game. You think you know what's at stake, but you don't.
I know precisely what's at stake. You want control. You want to feel like you're doing something. You couldn't save Verso, so you want to save us. Except you're not. Destroying the canvas won't help us move on. It'll just deny us the one place that helped us feel again.
67 years. 67 years I spent trapped within the monolith. But I persisted. I persisted. Do you know why? Do you know why I cannot leave her or you behind? This is what I see every day. I cannot spend another day with living corpses. Since the fire, our family has crumbled. Aline in the canvas. Clea fighting her solitary war. You, living ghost. Verso's death broke us. Want it to be fixed. I need it to be fixed. I cannot lose you too.
You see, that's how I feel about them. I can't lose them either. I've lost too much. Papa, see? I've lost so much.
We both lost so much.
Papa, I don't want to lose you either. I'm not leaving you forever. Just a little longer.
I want to trust you, but
You can.
keep the light on for you. I hope you find peace. Hold on to each other.
Verso.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. What the fuck? He just jumps out of the painting? Or was this a trap for Verso? This just reminds me of the eclipse from Berserk.
That's... You shouldn't be able to be here.
Lamont gift.
Why did you run in? It's dangerous for you here.
See things as they are, not how you want them to be.
What?
You lied to your father.
No.
You saw it too. But he wanted to believe. You're going to die here. Why don't you just leave? You can always come back.
The moment I leave, Papa will erase this canvas.
This is not worth your life.
What life? My life of loneliness in a shell of a body, with no voice and no future.
You're my Elle. No matter where you are, you don't need this canvas.
Everything I want is here. Here I have a chance to live, Verso, to live. Up there I merely exist.
Life keeps forcing cruel choices.
Stop quoting Papa!
It's time to stop painting.
Verso!
What? Do you not
Papa
see what
also
you've
said,
become?
Hold on to each other.
You can't hold on to something that's already dead.
I'm sorry.
No way! Yes! Yes! What an ending! Decide the fate of the canvas. Oh God! I want to fight as Verso, but I have to fight as Mael. Oh, fuck! Fuck! I'm fighting as Mael. Oh, shit.
Flames, rain.
Decisions must be
Verso,
made.
Stop! You can't just decide this for everyone.
We're all hypocrites, doing the same thing to each other.
What about Lune and Ciel and Monoko? What about Esquier?
Ciel was right. Grief blinds us. All you see are walls. I've lived a long time, Mael. There are things we can never outrun.
I'm so tired, Verso. Please, can we just go home and talk about this?
You always have to play as the crazy bitch. If you don't, what's the point?
This will hurt. Cut through the flames.
Thank you. Stop him from painting.
Don't say that. Please, don't say that.
Please, listen to me. Only you can do this. You can do this, please. Unpaint me. Unpaint me.
So,
Please. I don't want this life.
stop saying that.
I don't want this life. I don't want this life.
I just wanted to live this lifetime together. This lifetime that was stolen from us. Please. Bro. Please.
I don't want this life. Help me. Help me.
If you could grow old, would you find a reason to smile?
God, this game is so fucking beautiful. This is the darkest fucking ending. I love it.
Dieu.
The man himself, the man of the hour, Gustav! Fucking beautiful. Fucking goddamn beautiful. Could not have asked for a better ending. It's the darkest, most fucked up ending. Keeping him in a cage, basically, and then her killing herself because she doesn't want to deal with the real world. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so fucking good. $10.99999 out of 10. All good things must come to an end, my friends. And such a spectacular end, indeed it was. I mean, there's still tons of content to do in the game. And I swear it wasn't just the feet, guys. The feet was just the sprinkles on top. The blue sprinkles. As we all know, blue is the best color. Wait, does Night Rain come out tomorrow? Or is Night Rain in like 2 days? No, sadly it won't be tomorrow, it'll be the day after. I was like, what are we gonna do tomorrow? I guess we just do one more thing of Expedition 33 tomorrow, and then we'll do whatchamacallit on Thursday. Night Rain. Because I'm super stoked. I've never really, like, the only reason I don't really care for the Battlefield type games, like arena type games like that, is because they're all FPSs. But a fucking Battle Royale, fucking Elden Ring game? Hell yeah, dude. I'm all in. Peak visuals, peak sound effects, peak acting, peak dialogue. The silence moments of the characters just standing there. They did, like, building atmosphere. They did such an amazing job with building atmosphere. Like, this is a true, like, story-driven game. It's fucking phenomenal. And normally in games like this, like, they'll have, like, you know, all the yapping and stuff like that. I was just thinking about this now. There was none of this, like, when you're in the party and it's like like the people just keep saying shit and keep saying shit and it's like, shut the fuck up, dude. There was, like, none of that. It was like every once in a while, oh, parry this, look out, it's okay. But it wasn't like every attack had a dialogue line. But sometimes I think people extremely overdo the dialogue lines of the characters. Truly fucking wonderful game. Spectacular imagination. And now we have endgame content that we can do. Renoir has been defeated, but there are other secrets yet to be uncovered. Give me my feet. Lumiere. He is here, doing what needs to be done, what I can't do anymore. For my sake and theirs. Damn. Oh, and then I can go to New Game Plus if I want. Oh, hell yeah. We're not gonna do that yet. Whew. Alright, well. As always, everyone, thank you so much for sticking around and hanging out and having a good time. We finally got through the game, so we'll probably do one more day of fucking around and figuring shit out. Maybe go for a meta build and do all the crazy shit in endgame tomorrow. Yeah, fucking amazing game. Amazing stream today, guys. We fucking popped off. It was fucking great. And always remember, be yourself. You are amazing. And if you can't say fuck you to your friends, then who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Alright, let's find someone to raid, guys. Who we raiding today? I'm gonna go watch some Rick and Morty. Jesus. All right. Damn. There's a lot of people on. But I think we already figured out who. We know who we're going for. The man himself, guys. Get your Wii U's ready. Let's do this.